Bom dia, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to you all over the world, wherever you are watching. We are live from the International Cartódromo do Algarve in Portugal. Welcome to you all right on time for the start of the 7 races that we're going to live together throughout this beautiful day of racing. Beautiful, not so much about the weather. As you can see, the track is very much slippery and the wet tires are on for the first of the 5 qualifying races that we're going to have this morning. My name is Guillaume Mavarez. This is once again a pleasure to welcome you all for the World Championship, the FIA Karting World Championship, the pinnacle event of the 2020 FIA Karting season is happening right here, right now in Portugal. The first qualifying heat will be shortly underway. The formation lap is about to be completed by the drivers. As you can see, still very difficult weather conditions and track conditions as we get ourselves ready for the first race of today, Sunday, 8th of November. Welcome to you all. On pole position, we're going to have the Singaporean Christian Ho with Dion Goda by his side, Kosko Nirvan and Tuka Tapanen on row 2nd, row 3, Freddy Slater and Errol Nurendini, Rintaro Sato and Alfio Spina on row 4, Matheus Ferreira and Maxime Ren row 5, row 6, Roman Andriolo and Aaron Walker, followed by Theodor Odmark, Matthias Jacobsen, Anton Leit, Patrick Akala, Oscar Wurz, Maxwell Dodds, Luca Samalisto, Kirill Kuskov, Julius Dinesen, Tobias Clausen, Sonny Smith, Edgar Ampilogov, Freddy Lund, Emo Fittipaldi, Aurelia Nobles, JC Cascaredo and Ethan Nobles. A total of 29 drivers on track, about to complete the second warm-up lap and the time for them to get together in formation. We're going to have, as yesterday, if you were with us already, for the 20 qualifying heats that we had on track, brought to you by the RGMMC Group on live stream. We have 7 laps to go through. This is the first of the last 5 qualifying races before we get ready for the finals. Final of the junior class, final of the OK category this afternoon starting at 1:35 local time. But before that, we need a pole sitter, we need a classification for the starting grid, and in just a couple of seconds, we're going to be ready for the first of 7 races this Sunday. The lights that go out and we go racing for the first time this Sunday. Here we go. Christian Ho having a good start on a very slippery track, as we said. Watch out for the racing line and not to get into a bit of a tangle. But all the drivers want to make sure to start the day on the right foot. And we have seen a couple of incidents happening in this very tight midfield yesterday throughout the qualifying races. But so far, so good for the field. Everybody being very cautious about the slippery racing line, as you can see, with the wet tires on, and watch out with some of the drivers putting 2 wheels out on the track, clipping the curb. Watch out as well, because those curbs are very much slippery, as we're waiting, of course, patiently for the track to dry out. Best start for Christian Ho, the driver of the Sauber Junior Karting team. From pole position, he was able already in half a lap to pull away just a little bit. Dion Goda, Kosko Nirvan, as well as Tuka Tapanen behind. As you can see, a beautiful Alfio Spina. This is going around the inside, trying to get some positions as well in the opening lap. The first of 7 laps in these qualifying races. We're getting ready and very much excited. Thank you for joining us for this FIA Karting World Championship, the third and most important day of the year, certainly for those drivers, the young drivers of the junior class. First lap completed, and we have Christian Ho having already pulled a bit of a gap. Let's have a look. 1.5 seconds in front of Freddy Slater, with Kosko Nirvan just behind him. The battle of the teammate of Ricky Flynn Motorsport in second and third. Then we have further back, this is number 200 on your screen, of Howard Walker getting around Alfio Spina. This is a battle potentially for 6th place between the two, at the advantage of Howard Walker, as it seems. Treacherous conditions, as we said, and not the best, not the ideal conditions, obviously, to get started for this day. But the drivers got used to it on Friday, if you were with us during the qualifying practice and the qualifying free practice as well. And watch out, because Howard Walker just put 2 wheels outside of the track and is being passed right now by Dion Goda, the 124. Dion Goda getting past Walker for 6th place. And Walker in 7 in front of Errol Nurendini. Just in front on your picture is the 154 for the back of Rintaro Sato, the young Japanese driver, trying to make his way past as well. Walker dropping a place in 7th position. Errol Nurendini, beautifully made from the young German, getting past as well. Walker on your picture. The leader, already the first one of today, is Christian Ho, the provisional leader of this classification. And watch out for the 116. This is happening further back. And Sonny Smith, the British driver, who was running in 11th place up to 10, but was going to lose a few positions as he just was pushing wide outside of the track. but was able to get back onto the tarmac of the track. So as we said, very difficult conditions, and all the drivers have to maximize the performance and try to find the best racing line, which is certainly no easy task. But at the moment, Christian Ho is extending his lead. On your picture, the 162 happening for the back. This is Matheus Ferreira with Sonny Smith just behind. And unfortunately, the 190 of Saudi Kart. This is Romain Andriolo, the young Frenchman who was running in 16. Is going to have to retire for this race. At least he was out of the track, but can he actually try to get back? We should keep an eye on that as well. But Andriolo and Julius Dinesen, unfortunately, the 142 seems to be in a bit of a trouble as well. The driver of Tony Kart. Let's see what just happened over there, but we'll get back to that in a minute. Lap number 3. And as you can see, different racing lines on this particular picture of your live streaming. Of course, the driver is trying to find the best grip outside of the usual racing line because those conditions are still very much slippery. Beautifully made around the inside. Aeroline Dirandini clipping the curb over there. This is a battle for a potential 6th place as we speak. But right now, Aaron Walker made his way past Aeroline Dirandini as it seems. Let's have a look at the classification. Lap number 4. As we have a yellow flag at some point of the track, and this is for one of the Birella drivers, I'm afraid, and 2 other drivers just came together as it seems on the first sector. That's right, happening in corner number 2 and 3. Let's try to identify who that was, but that will mean retirement for those 2 drivers as well as from one of the Birella young drivers, as we have a bit of a yellow flag indeed. But let's follow the battle between Aeroline Dirandini and the 171 on your screen with one of the RFM driver, and watch out for the XP driver. This is the number 116, beautifully made by Sonny Smith. Actually was able to bounce back from an early mistake in the opening stages of this race, and is going through Sonny Smith. Rintaro Sato, I think it was, the 154. Indeed, Sato losing a place to Aeroline Dirandini as well, the representative of CV Performance Group, the German, ahead of Sato. And different choices of line, as we said, some of the drivers trying to go around the inside very tight on the corners, clipping the curb, and a bit of a contact between the Gouda and Nurandini over there. Watch out for the front fairing. Of course, you don't want it to be declipped at the end of the race. That could mean penalty, but so far so good, and both are being able to continue. But in the meantime, we had the Sonny Smith getting past both of them for 6th place, I think it was. Let's have a recap of the classification at 159. Beautifully made. This is Patrick Acalla, the Finnish driver, getting past as well in the battle with the 154 Rintaro Sato. Sato being able to stay ahead of Sonny Smith, and around the inside of Aeroline Dirandini is Aaron Walker in a battle over there. This is beautiful from the young drivers of the... and unfortunately, this is Aaron Walker. I had wondered where he had disappeared, Walker, and this is going to be retirement, I'm afraid, for the British driver, or at least trying to get back onto the track. It's not going to happen, or can he actually, because we have a bit of a runoff area with one of the layouts of the track outside of the turn number 2, and we have seen some drivers trying to get the engine running again in that particular part of the circuit. But Aaron Walker, a bit of a trouble, unfortunately, for the young British driver who was battling for a 7th place up to this point. So quite unfortunate start of the day, as we had the GC Cascaredo as well, the 179, in a bit of a trouble. He was running 21st position. In the meantime, Emo Fittipaldi is pushing like never before. Beautiful performance from the driver on your picture in the blue kart from Car Republic. Emo Fittipaldi, the son of former 2-time F1 world champion Emerson Fittipaldi, who is here with us in Portugal and is flying on these difficult conditions. Emo Fittipaldi with 14 places gain. Watch out for him as he makes his way past Rintaro Sato for 9th place. Sato just behind. Beautiful battle of the 2, and Fittipaldi is trying to tell Sato, let's concentrate on the drivers before us, let's not fight too much, but Sato doesn't want to hear none of it, but Fittipaldi keeps ahead. Aeroline Dirandini on your picture, the German driver trying to defend from the attack of Sonny Smith, the 116 on your picture, the XP driver. He's going to try to go around the inside of Aeroline Dirandini, but watch out for Fittipaldi. He's going to maybe try to surprise them both as well in the process, as we are on lap number 6, ladies and gentlemen, getting near the checkered flag, the first of today in this FIA Karting World Championship, the last day of racing here for both the junior and the OK class. But at the moment, Christian Ho has been untouchable in this race with more than 4 seconds advantage. But watch out for Nurandini and Sonny Smith. Sonny Smith going around the inside, but Nurandini has none of it and stays ahead of the British driver in 8th position. Fittipaldi getting close as well in 9th place. Patrick Acalla, one of the revelations of this weekend so far, the world racing driver, trying to get close as well in 10th place in front of Matheus Ferreira. As you can see, the conditions still very much slippery out there as well. Patrick Acalla, the 159, getting close as well in 10th place. going to be exciting very much. Patrick Akala driving for World Racing, and this is the final lap of this qualifying heat. Christian Ho, Freddie Slater in second place, the 107, Tuka Taponen in third, Kosko Nirfan is fourth, and ahead of Alfio Spina in fifth, Dion Goda sixth, Erolin Diranini in seventh place. As we have Emo Fittipaldi, who was able to get past Sonny Smith, and I think it's starting to rain again. It's raining again, ladies and gentlemen. You cannot, yes, you can see it quite clearly on the live stream. It's pouring rain on the Cartodromo do Algarve. Oh, for the first time again today, as we had a bit of rain earlier this morning for the opening warm-up sessions, but this is certainly the strongest of rain that we've had so far today, and hopefully the drivers are all on wet tires, so that's one good thing. But let's watch out, because the racing line is going to be even more slippery in those last few corners. One last kick of the throttle, and this will be the first victory, another one for Christian Ho in the bag, the Singaporean crossing the line with an eternity of seconds in front of Freddie Slater. Beautiful performance put together by Christian Ho, and it was just almost photo finish between Freddie Slater and Tuka Taponen in second and third. 31,000 of a second as Tuka Taponen, the young Finnish driver, was able to get close. Slater, with the RFM driver, actually was able to stay ahead in second place. Fourth place for Kosko Nirfan in front of Spina, Dion Goda, Nurendini. Sonny Smith is 8 in front of Emo Fittipaldi. 15 places gained for Sonny Smith, 17 for Fittipaldi in front of Matheus Ferreira. Patrick Akala is 11 in front of Maxwell Dodds, Antonio Leit, Theodor Rodmark, Matthias Jacobson, Kirill Skoskov, Luca Samalisto, Aurelian Nobels, Tobias Klausen. 20th place for Gigi Carrasquedo, as you have the classification appearing on your screen. Frederick Lund is 21st in front of Oscar Wurz, and we have Engaran Pilogov, Maxim Rem, who were both able to see the checkered flag as well, unlike, unfortunately, Ethan Nobles, Julius Dinesen, Romain Adriolo, Aaron Walker, and Rintaro Sato. Another retirement, I'm afraid, for the young Japanese driver, the son of Takuma Sato, who went through a bit of a trouble throughout the course of his World Championship so far. As this is the first qualifying heat of the day, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to have 4 more to go after that, 2 more for the junior class, and then the OK category. Let's have a watch back on what happened with the replay. And Christian Ho was the fastest from pole position. He was able to maintain the pressure, and Dion Goda, Kosko Nirfan and Tuka Taponen just behind him, as the field was able to make his way through the first sector without too many damage. Even maybe a bit of a wheel banging in the midfield as well, but a very clean start, I must say. Especially in those conditions, which are trickier than ever. A bit of wheel banging and some foot-throwing against one another, but nothing to worry about into this very, very tight first section of turn 2 and 3. But considering we had way more trouble in some of the start proceedings yesterday on the dry, this is quite an interesting achievement for the drivers to make it in one piece. Then we had already Christian Ho pulling away after the opening lap, and this is an advantage of 6.8 seconds all the way up to the race, the checkered flag as well. But the battle of the teammate behind, with Dion Goda and Freddie Slater getting involved for a second place. The Tony Kart driver as well, with Alfio Spina and Aaron Walker trying to find the best racing line in the opening stages of this race. You can see the sprays being projected on the drivers' helmets. This makes of beautiful pictures. But Aaron Walker, first a little mistake for the young British driver, as he was being passed by the 124 of Dion Goda, who would make his way up to 6th place in the end of this race. Nurendini on your picture as well, the 171 battling against Aaron Walker before the young British driver would find his race to be ended prematurely. But this will come just after. But you can see different racing lines of the drivers going around the outside. Unfortunately, the 190, Romain Andriolo from Sodicard, had to retire from this race, along with some of the drivers as well. 2 other drivers went together into the first sector. I think we had in there Julia Dinesen and Ethan Nobles, certainly, who had a bit of a contact and saw the race finish just before the checkered flag. Erolin Diranini on your picture, and a bit of a contact over there with, I think it was Dion Goda as well. Gonda, who lost a bit of pace in the process as well, trying to attack the X-Prix driver just before them. The number 116 of Sonny Smith. Unfortunately, Aaron Walker, the 200 on your picture, had to step out of his car earlier than expected, and is one of the a couple of drivers, one of the 6 drivers who retired from this race. Clipping the curb, different racing lines in this qualifying heat, and a beautiful number of driving from those young drivers. Nirandini getting ahead of the XP driver Sonny Smith with Emo Fittipaldi, the young Brazilian, flying in these conditions and gaining 17 places onto the track. But in the end, it was Christian Ho who built up a huge gap to take a secure and comfortable first win, and maybe on a good option for what could be a pole position in the end of those qualifying races. It was checkered flag under treacherous condition for the first qualifying heat of the day. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. If you have nothing else to do on this particular Sunday, what better idea to join us for the best karting race in the world, the FIA Karting World Championship for the OK and junior classes, as we're going to have coming up right now the second qualifying heat of the day. This will oppose the Group C and D of the junior class. Before we get going with the racing, as you can see, we still have a bit less than 3 minutes before we get back on track. I suggest that we hear from the provisional leaders of yesterday, who were talking to us after the first qualifying heats, 20 qualifying heats yesterday. Let's hear from Tello Barnard and Christian Ho.
Overall, this day was not too bad. I mean, a few bad heats, a few mistakes from me, but at the end we were on top, so it's not too bad. It was quite tough today because the competition with the others was really tough. Everybody was fast, it was nice to drive. Fun to race against the others as well. Of course, at the start of the day it was a bit tricky with it was a bit wet or dry. It was like the first session was a bit tough. Ugo did quite well the last heat to, pass everybody and get in front of the pack, and then we were chasing him.
It's been a very good day for us today. The speed's been very good, and we managed to save the tyres quite well. So if the heat is dry tomorrow, hopefully it's a good one. Tomorrow is going to be mixed conditions, and the pace in the wet is good, so hopefully the starting position is good, and we just try to make what we can in the final.
Good to hear from the two provisional leaders of yesterday. Tello Barnard in the OK class, who managed to win his three first qualifying heats. One more to go this morning, but we could already say in the OK class that Tello Barnard has a very, very good chance to start from pole position for the OK final this afternoon. Tello Barnard, who has been racing in progress, who has been keeping an interesting and very crazy pace all throughout the 2020 season, as he concluded the European Championship in second place for just 2 points behind Andrea Kimi Antonelli. Second place was also the position he finished the previous FIA Karting World Championship. It was in 2019. For those who might remember, we were on the beautiful power park of Alabama in Finland. A fantastic event as well. And other quite difficult conditions. It was raining as well for both OK and junior final, and we might have the same conditions for this edition of the World Championship in Portugal. Even though we had quite a lot of sunny and very enjoyable days so far, it was expected to have rain starting this Sunday. I might have heard that the rain could stop, and it has actually stopped, or at least very much decreased. It has stopped right now on the Cartodromo International, even though the track is very much slippery. Wet tires on, and we might have some more rain coming up for the afternoon. Let's see how it evolves, but certainly the similar conditions as we had last year. Tello Barnard dominating the OK class so far with 3 wins for his name as well. Second last year's in the same competition, second in the European Championship, so one of the top names to keep an eye on definitely in the OK class. When it comes to the junior, Christian Ho just secured another win in the race just before. A beautiful performance from the young Singaporean, who was the provisional leader of the junior class before, and a junior class is still very wide open, but I think that with this success, Christian Ho has been able to secure what could be the definitive pole position for the junior final, because he just had 1 point advantage on Brandon Badouer, just 2 points ahead of Evan Gilter and Timoteusz Kucharczyk. Kucharczyk, the young Polish driver, will be your driver on pole position for this qualifying heat coming up right now between the Group C and D. The last race of the day in terms of qualifying heat, of course, for those two groups. Timoteusz Kucharczyk, the pole sitter, who has a very strong chance to be starting from the second row of the grid, even the front row of the grid, but we will have to keep an eye on the performance from both Evan Gilter and Brando Badouer, second and third in the provisional standings as we speak, split by just 2 points. The top 5 split in just 3 points so far after the first 12 heats. We had yesterday 8 different winners in 12 races, so it gives you a bit of a picture about the diversity, about the high level of this junior class, where everything is still possible, and you cannot actually quite point favorite in this class at this point of the weekend, even though Christian Ho took a good option at what could be the pole position for him in the upcoming junior final. Before that, let's wait what's going to happen. Timotheus Kucharczyk and Ian Ekmans as well, a victory for the young Belgian in the closing heat of yesterday. They will share the front row of the grid in front of Matteo Cappietto. Maxence Verbrugge, who pulled a beautiful performance, his best at this level with a second place in his heat yesterday. Marcus Luzio and Chu Donozzo will be on row 3. Augusta Bernier and Matteo De Paolo on row 4. Bruno Del Pino and Jonathan Wemat on row 5, followed by Harvey Lindblad, the vice European champion of the junior class, with Eden Neat by his side. Auguste Terbo and Ivan Dominguez, one of the Portuguese drivers, the local boys here on row 7. Row 8, Zachary David and Valerio Renicella. Lorenz Lecertua and Flavio Olivieri on row 9. Row 10, Nicolas Ross and Arthur Poulain. Row 11, Giovanni Trentin and Carson Morgan. Now in a bit of trouble, as it seems, for one of the drivers over there. I wonder what's just happening right now. As it seems, we have a bit of a trouble for the 153. What just happened there for one of the VDK drivers who was due to start? This is Maxence Verbrugge, who had a bit of a trouble. It seems there's a problem happening, unfortunately, for Maxence Verbrugge, who hopefully will be able to take part in this qualifying heat. For the rest of the grid, Nicolas Ross and Arthur Poulain, row 10. Row 11, Giovanni Trentin and Carson Morgan. Row 12, Albin Sturesen, as well as Caden Probst, then Levi Pavapoula and Rodrigo Testa, Diogo Castro and Luca Fruccia, Guillaume Bouzard and Maxime Orlov. We have pretty much everybody here. Levi Vapula and Maxence Verbrugge. Levi Vapula is not with us, I think. He's not competing in this one, as we have a bit of a trouble, unfortunately, for Maxence Verbrugge. I wonder what happened over there for the young freshman. In the meantime, let's keep our focus on the rolling start for this qualifying heat C against D. 7 laps in very slippery conditions. The light go out, and we're racing here in Portimao once again with a good start from the outside of the track from Timotheus Kucharczyk, who kept the disadvantage of the pole position. Watch out for Matteo Cappietto and Ian Ekmans as well, 2 drivers from the Cosmic Racing department. And first of all, let's try to get around the turn number 2 and 3 in one piece. Let's try not to make any mistake. And you can see the drivers clipping the curb on the outside of the track with not much of the option, as it is still very much slippery. Watch out, and I think one of the Cosmic drivers, I think this is in this case Matteo Cappietto, went a bit wide, and Ian Ekmans was able to keep second place just behind Timotheus Kucharczyk. Here we go for this qualifying heat. Ekmans with the yellow crash helmet, the young Belgian in second, Matteo Cappietto in third. Maxence Verbrugge, has he been able to join the rest of the pack? Yes, he is on track. The 153 just passed just in front of me, but at the very end of the field. The 172 on your screen is happening further back. This is Marcus Luzio, the young British driver, trying to make his way past just in front of him, one of the Tony Cat driver. This is Chu Donozzo, Augusta Bernier as well in the mix. Bruno Del Pino is going to try to find a few positions as well in this opening lap. Let's have a look at the classification as they come across the start-finish line. 1 lap completed. Kucharczyk able already to pull away from the rest of the ranking with Ian Ekmans and Matteo Cappietto close together. Then we have a bit of a gap, and the 141 Matteo De Paolo pulling a 4-lap recovery in this opening lap up to a 4th place in front of Marcus Luzio, and beautifully made from the 171. This is happening, 172, my apologies. Marcus Luzio getting past the 141 of Marco De Paolo. This is a battle for 4th place, as Luzio just made his way past in 4th. The Luzio up down in 5th place, but watch out, because the different lines can actually give you a bit of an advantage as well. The 143, this is Chu Donozzo from Energy Racing, is just in the mix as well in 6th place. Gonna try to get involved in the battle as well, but at the moment Marcus Luzio just went past ahead of Matteo De Paolo. This is a battle for 4th place, a beautiful side by side, and you can see the drivers trying to avoid as much as possible the usual racing line down the curb, as they keep on searching for the best grip in those still very slippery conditions, as it keeps on raining very slightly on the international karting track of the Algarve. We shall see how the weather conditions will evolve throughout the rest of the day. Of course, the 2 last right-hander of the track, 1.5 kilometer, a very fast flowing track that is here in the Algarve Cartodromo, with 16 turns, and especially those 2 aligning your kart in the heavy braking zone of the turn number 2, then the 3 and 4. First S actually very narrow as well. We can actually position yourself on the way to the hairpin number 5 and maybe make a move for a position. In the meantime, Massimo Cappietto just went ahead Ian Ekmans, and unfortunately this will be certainly a retirement for Maxence Verbrugge. You can feel frustration, fortunately for the young Maxence from the VDK Racing team. Maxence, who had a fantastic performance race in yesterday's qualifying heat, and he's being told by the marshals to stay close to him and close to the tire barrier. Oh, that's something that we don't want to see, of course, but we can understand the frustration. It's better, of course, to boot a bit of the tire than the kart or another driver. But Maxence Verbrugge, we can feel the frustration as he has to retire from this first qualifying heat after putting such a beautiful performance up to second place yesterday. Right now, Timoteusz Kucharczyk 1.3 seconds ahead of Massimo Cappietto and Ian Ekmans, the two Cosmic teammates, switch position just on the lap before. Right now on your screen is the battle further back with Marcus Luzio, Bruno Del Pino 4th and 5th. Then we have in 6th place Matteo De Paolo, Ciudonozzo, Arven Lindblad in 8th, Jonathan Waymat is 9th, and Zachary David up in 10th place with 5 positions gained so far into this qualifying heat. Beautifully made for the 1:26 happening further back, and this is Laurens Lizertois, the young Belgian driver, getting a 5th position in this race. This is a battle for 12 as he just went ahead. Laurens Lizertois, Flavio Olivieri for 12th position. And it keeps on raining, and I think raining a bit heavier. Oh, two drivers went together. Unfortunately, the 198. We have Arthur Poulain from Sodicart involved in the battle as well. Arthur Poulain and Maxime Orlov went together in this particular part of the track. This is outside of the turn number 3. Yellow flag in the first sector. The time for the drivers maybe to get back on track on their own or to retire. I'll keep an eye on what's happening over there, but still yellow flag in the first sector. In the meantime, the rain is getting a bit heavier on the track, and you can see actually just behind the 172 of Marcus Luzio is attacking one of the Cosmic drivers, the 181 of Ian Ekmans. Timoteusz Kucharczyk still ahead of the pack, and watch out because this is slippery like never before in the last right-hander. Let's have a look at the ranking. And Timoteusz Kucharczyk, actually, what just happened to the Polish driver? We just lost Timoteusz Kucharczyk, who's stumbling down the order. Is it like a retirement from the leader, the Polish driver, who's nowhere to be seen in the ranking? Confirmation, Timoteusz Kucharczyk, who just tumbled down the order, down to 13th place, 12th position lost in just one lap for Timoteusz Kucharczyk. I wonder what happened there. Certainly a mistake for the Polish driver, who was leading just a few moments ago. Very strange situation over there, but Timoteusz Kucharczyk is still in this race, so it might not be a mechanical trouble for the young Polish driver of the BRL Racing team. Yet I can see him actually, the 123. The 112, my apologies, who was running down in a 13th place at the moment. So we have a new leader in Massimo Cappietto, the Cosmic driver, up in first place, the 150 in front of his teammate Ian Ekmans. The third place for Marcus Luzio in front of Bruno Del Pino. There's your battle for third place. Luzio in front of Del Pino. As the Tony Kart driver is going to try to get past his opponent. He still has a bit less than 2 laps to do so. But there's your new leader, Massimo Cappietto, in front of Ian Ekmans. Cappietto, the young Frenchman, who just came near a first victory in the qualifying heats yesterday. Ian Ekmans was able to get one of his own, but at the moment this is a beautiful of a gap built by Massimo Cappietto, 1.2 seconds before his own teammate, and Ian Ekmans is going to have a lot to do into the last 2 laps of this qualifying heat, because Marcus Luzio and Bruno Del Pino, while not attacking each other right now, are actually getting closer and closer to the young Belgian in second place. Del Pino, the fastest on track in 1 minute 13.8. Then here's the battle, and here's the attack. The first one certainly, as Ian Ekmans is under pressure, and look out for Bruno Del Pino, goes around the inside of Marcus Luzio, who fights back right ahead in the next corner. A beautiful ballet between the two young drivers in those rainy conditions, but right now the important thing is to survive through those conditions and see the checkered flag of this qualifying hit in one piece, but beautifully made. And once again, Marcus Luzio is getting ahead of Bruno Del Pino, and Ian Ekmans in the process lost the position as it seems. No, he's still ahead, Ian Ekmans, as Luzio is getting ahead. Once again, he's attacking the young Belgian, who goes around the outside just in the last 2 corners of the third sector, but Marcus Luzio is passing the young Belgian for second place. But this is far from over as we're entering, ladies and gentlemen, the last lap of this race. Massimo Cappietto coming across the start-finish line for the penultimate time, last lap, and the battle for second place is raging. Ian Ekmans in third place, the Cosmic driver attacking Marcus Luzio just in front of him. Oh, this is going to be very tight, and the CV Performance driver is ahead. Portuguese driver keeping all doors shut and trying to find the best racing line. But watch out for Jan Ekmans, is clipping a bit of the curb in the turn number 3. But Bruno Del Pino might want to take advantage of the situation and getting involved as well. Watch out, as Del Pino is very close to Jan Ekmans. Jan Ekmans has to walk to look over his shoulder to see where the Tonica driver is, just right on his tail. And right now, unfortunately for Jan Ekmans, is not no more about fighting for second place, but defending for third, as Del Pino is right on his on his rear fairing. And it's going to be a very, very tight battle all throughout the end of this qualifying heat, with Jan Ekmans going around the corner, the inside of the turn, clipping the curb, hoping, of course, not to be overtaken in the last corners. But it's going to be very difficult. Could we see a surprise overtaking from Bruno Del Pino? We've seen that happening before in dry conditions. This time around, this is even trickier to keep the right line into the two right-handers. But right now, Jan Ekmans is keeping ahead. Victory ahead of Massimo Cappietto in front of Marcus Luzio. Let's watch out for the third place. And in the end, it was very, very tight, but still Jan Ekmans was able to keep a third position in front of Bruno Del Pino. But what a tight hand of a race that was. Victory in the end in those very difficult conditions. Oh, and one driver just in front of me just went against the tire barrier, but no problem at all. Is out of this car, the 191, who slipped on his way to the start-finish line. This is Rodrigo Testa, the Portuguese driver, just in front of our speaking booth, but he's out of his car and standing on his feet. But a bit of a hit against the tire barrier that will need to be fixed before we get going. As you can see, the classification of the qualifying heat is appearing on the screen. Massimo Cappietto, 2.6 seconds advantage in front of Marcus Luzio. Third place, Bruno Del Pino in the end. My apologies, actually. Bruno Del Pino was able to get past for just 1/10 of a second. Jan Ekmans on the line on the photo finish between the two. Matteo De Paolo in 5th place in front of Jonathan Waymat. Arvid Lindblad. Zachary David is 8th in front of Auguste Herbeau. Shu Donozzo, Flavio Olivieri. Carson Morgan is 12. Laurence Le Certois is 13 in front of Augusta Bernier. Caden Probst, Luca Fluccia. 12th place gain for the young Spanish in front of Valerio Renicella, Albin Sturezan, Ivan Dominguez. 20th place for Aiden Neat, followed by Giovanni Trentin, Guillaume Bouzard, Nicolas Rus, Diogo Castro. In the list of retired drivers, we have Maxence Verbrugge, Arthur Poulain, Maxime Orlov, Rodrigo Testa, and Timotheus Kucharczyk, who could not see the end of this qualifying heat. So big news and disappointment for the Polish driver. Let's have a look at what happened in this qualifying heat. And we're here at the start of this qualifying race between the group C and D. Difficult conditions, as you can see, and on the right side of your picture, Timotheus Kucharczyk, the young Polish driver, was able to keep the advantage from pole position, even though the field made it in one piece through the first corners of this karting track of the Algarve. But Timotheus Kucharczyk in the first part of the race was leading ahead of the two Cosmic drivers, Massimo Cappietto and Jan Ekmans, as you could see, with Massimo Cappietto keeping just behind him. Marcus Luzio trying to make his way through as well. Bruno Del Pino and as well as Matteo De Paolo involved in the upper part of the field as well in the mix of the opening stages of this qualifying heat. But it was so far so good for Timotheus Kucharczyk, as you could see. Jan Ekmans pulling away in second place. Massimo Cappietto in a bit of a trouble, pulling two tires outside of the road in front of Marcus Luzio under intense pressure for the back from the rest of the drivers. Unfortunately, Maxence Verbrugge from VDK Racing could not see through this qualifying heat after an engine trouble, that seems a mechanical trouble by the look of it, before the race was go. But it was retirement for Maxence Verbrugge. You could see Laurence Le Certois going around the inside of one of the Praga drivers, Flavio Olivieri, losing a place to the Belgian driver in those very, very slippery conditions with the spray all over the place. There were two drivers went together, the 198 of Arthur Poulain and Maxime Orlov, the 183, who unfortunately had to retire from this race. Laurence Le Certois, a bit of a mistake over there for the Belgian, who was trying to fight against the pressure of one of the VDK drivers in this race. But up ahead, we had a new driver after a ton of event and some difficulties met by Timotheus Kucharczyk, who had to, in the end, retire from this race and allowing Massimo Cappietto in for first place. In the meantime, his opponent, his teammate from Cosmic, had to make do with a second place and resist. From those two drivers on your screen, Marcus Luzio and Bruno Del Pino, and a good explanation for a second place. Third place at the time, as Ian Aikmans was still holding the second position, but not for long, as Marcus Luzio went around the inside of the young Belgian, who did everything he could to fight back as well, as you can see, around the inside of the corner number 14. But Luzio crossed the racing line, beautifully made from the young British driver, as he clipped around the curb and was able to make his way up to second in front of Aikmans, who would lose third position in the closing stages of this race to Bruno Del Pino after a photo finish arrival. You can see Aikmans watching over his shoulder to see where Bruno Del Pino is. He went around the outside, the young Spaniard, and as Aikmans was clipping the curb, trying to shut the door, checkered flag in the end for Massimo Cappietto in front of Marcus Luzio and Bruno Del Pino. And we're back on the track here. As you can see, the conditions are very, very difficult for the drivers, even though most of them quite appreciate the slippery and wet conditions. Before we get back to racing, let's hear from the team manager of Ward Racing, Joachim Ward, who was with us yesterday.
Our preparation have been very well. We have been here well in time to prepare for the race, and I feel that we are practically ready as we should be. Of course, we wish it would be a sunny day today, but we are just trying to use the possibility to go well in this condition as well. No, but they have been practicing in rain condition many times before. It's just to settle into the track here. There is always people who is favorites in the rain condition, and they will for sure be in the top, and we try to follow them as good as we can. Our season 2020, in the beginning it was looking probably as our best season ever in any aspect. We had a good preparation before the season and have been working hard before we had the break. And during the break period we have of course, everybody have stayed home to manage the situation there. And in our country, they never locked down the country, so a lot of people could not race, but they went to practice every single weekend during the whole lockdown. So we have been busy taking care of that in the meantime when we were waiting for the international season to start again. I want everybody to have a good fight. Of course, best man will win. And I hope that we can be in the fight as well, but I wish everybody good luck and take care of themselves and be happy.
Thank you to Mr. Joachim Ward. If you are with us on the live streaming, you might have seen some of the reactions that we've been collecting for you guys, talking to some of the team managers from the paddock of the FIA Karting World Championship, as well as to some of the drivers as well. Joachim Ward, the team manager of Ward Racing, the Swedish team, supported by Tony Kart and the OTK group, one of the strongest force in both the OK and the junior class for the past few years, talking to us, of course, very nicely about the expectations for this weekend and throughout the 2020 season. A very unusual year, that's for sure, for all those drivers and all the karting factories and teams all over the world, not only in karting, but in the world motorsport community, very affected by the sanitary conditions and the difficult situation we've been through. Talking about sanitary precautions, we'd like to remind you all, of course, to keep your distance as much as possible. Social distancing of 1.5 meters wherever you are on the track, inside and outside the facilities. And don't forget to keep wearing your mask at all time, even though everybody has been doing a great job at respecting the rules and the precautions ever since the World Championship has started. So once again, we are grateful to you guys for respecting the rules and doing a great job at it, and of course for being here and competing at the highest level with us. We have more than 160 drivers from all over the world. The 5 corners of the world are represented for this 2020 edition of the World Championship. More than 40 countries on track in the two class, the junior and the OK category. This is the most fantastic show on the planet when it comes to the karting competition. So make sure to tune in with us and to assist us and witness the crowning of the 2020 FIA Karting World Champion in both the OK and the junior class. But before we get back to some more racing and make our way to the finals this afternoon, we still have 3 more qualifying heats to go through. The green flag is being waved, and you can see the rain is on. There is pouring rain on the International Cartodromo of do Algarve, which makes it for very, very difficult and treacherous conditions for all those young drivers, even though most of them have quite an experience for the past few years driving in those difficult conditions, even though This is a brand new track. They had the occasion and a lot of practice time coming to this event, of course, with the preparation race that we had last weekend, as well as different weekends and days of practice. But most of those practice days happen on the dry and beautiful conditions. The first time, actually, all the drivers of the World Championship had to experience the wet conditions on this particular circuit was on Friday during the qualifying. First the free practice and then the qualifying for most of the day. It was raining as well a bit yesterday morning and this morning as well for the warm-up sessions, but most of the Saturday was dry and under the sun, even though with some clouds above our heads. But this time around, the rain was expected, and it's very much pouring on the Cartodromo do Algarve. So 7 laps to go through for the A and B groups. These are the fastest drivers of the qualifying practice since Friday, and this will be very much interesting. Keep a good eye on the two drivers that will be starting from the front row of this grid. If you can actually distinguish who is who because of the spray onto the track, which is quite impressive. We're going to try to identify those for you. But Brandon Badoer and Evan Gilter will be alongside each other. Kart Republic against Sodicart, 2 victory in the heats for Evan Gilter, 1 for Brandon Badoer. Alex Powell and Nicolas Tsolov will be on row 2. Row 3, Alexander Kubenkov and Hugo Guciuco, the reigning European champion. Igor Chepil, 1 victory as well for him, and Ari Burgoyne on row 4. Row 5, Kinu Alazari and Konrad Zilic. Row 6, Arthur Ronjon and Ariel Elkin. Row 7, Alessandro Giusti and Nacho Garcia. Maxime Ferron-Castolet and Rachel Daeri on row 8. Row 9, Harley Kimball and Francesco Marenghi. Row 10, Martinus Tenzon as well as Francesco Soldavini. David Decker and Theo Eriksson on row 11. Row 12 with Gabriel Gomez and Karol Pasevich. Row 13, Aaron Rexipi, I'll get it through, and Yampu Chiu. Then we have Alessandro Silvaggi and Nicolas Lacorte. Row 15, Gustav Winiewski and Yolan Rakamier. 30 drivers on track, and the first mission for them is to make it through the first lap in just one piece, avoid any contact, avoid any problem, and hopefully for all of them see the checkered flag as the rain is pouring like never before. This is the hardest that we had so far, and good luck to all those young drivers from the junior class to offer us a great show and make it through in one piece into this qualifying heat. This is the most decisive one, the time to collect the last points of the weekend. Here we go, racing, 7 laps, and we go out with Brando Badoer keeping the advantage of his position. Evan Gilter was tangling a little bit on the outside of the track. Watch out not to miss the breaking point into turn number 2, and we can actually see very much in those spray being spread out onto the track. But as it seems, Brando Badoer has been able to keep position, but watch out for Alex Powell, I think, who just was trying, and a bit of a contact, and Brando Badoer is being tangled out of the track with one of the Cosmic. This is the 126, and for Alexander Kubenko, the 128. Kubenko and Badoer just went together into this opening lap just before the first sector was done. Oh, what a disaster for those two drivers. The Cosmic of Alexander Kubenko, who actually got got crushed by Badoer as well. The two just went spinning on this very slippery track and just tumbled down the order at the back end. So first turn of event, and another driver, the 108 from Chetila Racing. This is Brando Badoer indeed. Once again, who won't have is something to say in this race. Unfortunately, this will be retirement. There's another driver just after the two left-hander in the middle of the track who's going to have to retire as well. Let's see. Let's try to see who that is. We're stepping out of his cart as well, and we have a 4th driver involved. We have a bit of a problem. First lap completed, second lap completed already. It's going very, very fast, but the big news is Brando Badoer and Alexander Kubenko are out of this race. At least Kubenko was able to keep going. Let's have confirmation if he's still with us, but you saw on your picture that Brando Badoer has to step out of his car. They won't be able to get another victory, unlike Alexander Kubenko, who's back on track. He was able to get going, but is in 27th and last position. Gabriel Gomez and Karol Pasevich also had to retire in those opening laps of the qualifying heat A against B. But as we said, still very, very difficult to get yourself together and maintain your racing line. You can see the drivers battling with their own wheel to stay just on the track and defending the position in the meantime. But Alex Powell was able to get past and take advantage, of course, of the situation just in front of him to get first position in front of Nicolas Tsolov, Ari Burgoyne, Hugo Guciuco in 4th. 5th place for Igor Chepil in front of Konrad Zilic, Kinu Alazari, Evan Gilter, who dropped all the way down to 8th. 6 places lost for Evan Gilter in front of Ariel Elkin and Arthur Ronjon. So what a start of a heat that is, and Confirmation that Brando Badoer is no more in this race. Gabriel Gomez and Karol Pasevich as well. Kubenko dead last in 27th position, I'm afraid. As you can see right now, Alex Powell ahead with 1.4 seconds advantage on Solov. Ari Burgon, Igor Guchuk in 4th place, the reigning European champion on your picture. And further back, we have Igor Chepin and Konrad Zelic going round inside the young world racing driver, but Igor Chepin is keeping his position ahead. And those two are getting close to Igor Guchuk, who is trying to survive as well in 4th position and getting near as much as possible as Ari Burgon. But watch out for Evan Gilter, is going to try to recover as well, the young Soldicat official driver, just behind the two drivers on the picture, with Konrad Zilic getting past Igor Chepil. So he made that happen. Konrad Zilic just went through. The young American, the first ever driver from the United States to win the FIA Karting Academy Trophy this season. You can see him trying to dance around Igor Chepil as he just went past the Czech driver. But watch out for Evan Gilter, is going to try to do the same as well. This is battle for 6th place at the moment, and Evan Gilter might actually go around as well on the inside of the corner number 5, the airpin down the track. But watch out for Ariel Elkin as well, the young Israeli who made up 4 places into the first 3 laps. The VDK driver is going to try as well to go around the young Frenchman. Gilter, who lost a bit of ground and a bit of momentum into the turn number 15, clipping the corner. Not maybe the most ideal thing to do in those conditions, considering the curbs are very slippery, even though not so high as on some of the tracks. And Ariel Elkin going around the inside of Evan Gilter, but he goes out of the track goes Ariel Elkin, I'm afraid, who just was trying to get past Evan Gilter, but unfortunately a bit of a too ambitious move for Ariel Elkin, who wasn't able to keep his line altogether into turn number 2 and just lost a pile of position in the process, as well as for the TPK Racing driver, then the 157. This is Francisco Soldavini, unfortunately the Argentinian driver, who was running in 12th position after making up 8 places into the 4 first laps. So quite unfortunately, this is retirement for Soldavini. Ariel Elkin just dropped all the way down to 12th position, as it seems, after his missed opportunity on Evan Gilter. Gilter in 7th place. Konrad Zilic getting past Igor Guchuk in the process. You can see him, the 101, the European champion, getting passed by the American, the 2 fellow countrymen in 4th and 5th place at the moment, way further back from Alex Powell, Nicolas Solov and Ari Burgoyne. Now in a bit of trouble for the 185, I'm afraid. This is Alessandro Silvaggi, the young Italian, who's going to have to admit defeat into this qualifying heat. No more racing, unfortunately, for Alessandro Silvaggi. So we're entering lap number 5, ladies and gentlemen, and the racing is quite intense, as you can imagine, between those young drivers, trying to keep it all together, especially in this particular part of the track, when you actually make your way down to the circuit after a very first right-hander. And on the dry conditions, this is a very fast-flowing track and very difficult to handle and be consistent. But in those very, very difficult slippery conditions, this is certainly a totally different challenge. Alexander Kubenko seems to have found his grip with the fastest lap of the race in 1:12.6, but he has a bit of a gap in front of him, certainly, as he runs in 25th position, unfortunately. If you are joining us right now, Alexander Kubenko had a bit of an issue, let's say, with Brando Badoer as the two went together into the opening laps. But we'll see that again in the replay of this qualifying heat in just a few moments. Right now, Alex Powell is leading ahead, 1.1 second in front of Nicolas Solov, but by the look of it, maybe the gap has just decreased as Nicolas Solov is trying to get close to the leader. We're entering lap number 6. Let's have a look at the gap. Still a good second between Alex Powell and Nicolas Solov, as we have the Alonso Kart driver in the 2nd place, Ari Burgoyne in 3rd, Igor Guchuk in 4th place in front of Igor Chepil, 6th place for Evan Gilter, Kinyo Lazari 7th, Rashid Diary 8th. And we have Martin de Stenzorm in 9th place in front of Ariel Elkin. Elkin being able to get past Arthur Ronjon, Nacho Garcia as well in the past lap, as he had doubled down to 12 after a missed overtaking opportunity. Alexander Kubenko once again the fastest. On your screen is the leader, Alex Powell from Czech Republic, leading in front of Nicolas Solov. Ari Burgoyne trying to get close as well, but this will be no easy task, as he has a 1.7 second of delay just behind Nicolas Solov. Oh, Evan Gilter, is it him? Yeah, going around and spinning. Unfortunately, this will be out of the race for Evan Gilter. Can he actually try to get back on track? But a mistake, unfortunately, for the young Frenchman, who was running in a good 6th position, trying to catch up with the rest of the field. But he just went spinning on his own, as it seems, we'll have to watch that again just to make sure. But unfortunately, Evan Gilter won't be able to get back onto the track and keep going in this qualifying heat. So retirement into the penultimate lap for Evan Gilter. That's quite unfortunate for the young freshman who had such a strong weekend so far, as he was in the top 5 of the professional classification. Right now, Alex Powell on his way for his first victory of the weekend, and how important can this win be in terms of starting position for the final that will take place later this afternoon. We start at 1:35, the presentation of the drivers, Portuguese time of course, so make sure to join us. But in the last lap, Alex Powell, you can see driving the Car Republic chassis with the AKM Motorsport colors, one of the teammates of Andrea Chini, Antonelli of course. Oh, in a spin, unfortunately for the 110. And this is Alex Powell, We just saw that very briefly, and he's leaving his kart in the middle of the track. Oh, watch out, as we have yellow flag and trying to avoid, but Alex Powell just went spinning as well, just as Evan Gilter did on the penultimate lap. Incredible turn of event as Alex Powell was on his way to secure victory, and this is a very dangerous situation. I hope that the driver is able to see the kart on track. Yes, the collision has been avoided so far, but look who we have in the lead. Nikola Tsolov is going to win in incredible circumstances this qualifying heat. A victory for Nikola Tsolov in the very last lap of this race, with Ari Burgoyne finishing in second place, Igor Guchuku being in the top 3. Another mistake after Gilter. We had Alex Powell, who thought he had done the hardest part of this race to survive through the qualifying heat on his way to the victory, and just lost the grip and went spinning and had to retire just a couple of corners from the checkered flag. What a surprise and what a disappointment, I'm sure, for Alex Powell. Hopefully he's going to be able to bounce back from this disappointment if he's classified indeed to make his way through the final. We will of course have a closer look and a clear look at the classification once all the qualifying heats are confirmed. This was the qualifying heat opposing Group A and B, the last one of the junior category, ladies and gentlemen, as we're going to switch in just a few seconds to the OK category. The classification appearing on your screen: Nikola Tsolov, unexpected winner of this race in front of Ari Burgoyne, Igor Guchuku, Igor Shipin in 4th in front of Martin Stenzorn, Rachel Daheri, Ariel Elkin, Arthur Ronjon, Deo De Decker, Maxime Fion-Castelin, Alexander Giusti, Gustav Winiewski, Francesco Marenghi is 13 in front of Nacho Garcia, Theo Eriksson, Arle Kimball, Alexander Kubenko, Kinio Lazari, Nicolas Lacorte, Jan Puciu, Yolan Rakamier, and a pile of drivers, unfortunately, who were unable to see a checkered flag: Karol Pazevic, Gabriele Gomez, Brando Badauer, Alessandro Silvaggi, Francisco Soldavini, Conor Zelic, as well as Evan Gilter, Aaron Recepi, and Alex Powell in the very last lap. But what a ton of event, and hopefully Alex Powell is going to have to recharge the battery and start from scratch, getting into the rest of the weekend. Let's have a look back at what happened in this very difficult qualifying heat. So here we go at the start with 3 drivers almost side by side making their way into the right-hander. Brando Badauer had the lead, but watch out for what's going to happen in turn number 2 as Alexander Kubenko, the Cosmic driver, was able to make his way through for second place, attacking already Brando Badauer on the left side of the picture. I think Alex Powell was involved as well in second place, but Powell was able to make it through in safely as Kubenko right now and Brando Badauer go together and go spinning on the outside of the turn number 2. Brando Badauer won't be able to get back on track. Kubenko will be back in the race, but finishing in the last part of the field. 17 overall for Alexander Kubenko, who was fighting, at least hoping to fight for the win, but unfortunately the two went together. Kubenko was able to get back on track and get his engine running again, but first disappointment and the first of a couple of surprises to come in this qualifying heat. As you can see, the rain pouring in those very difficult conditions. Brando Badauer had tried as well to get his IAME engine going again, but unsuccessfully the young driver had to step down of his kart. In the midfield, Evan Gilter was being passed right now by Ariel Elkin. A good battle, but Elkin actually had pretty much done the move before going around on the outside of the track and going the wrong way, unfortunately for the young Israeli, who was able, as you can see, as another driver just behind went outside of the track, but Ariel Elkin was able to control, and this is the actually the incident we just saw very briefly on the corner of the picture, as we had the retirement for Francisco Soldavini. This is Alessandro Silvaggi, my apologies, who had to step down as well. This time here is the 185 of Alessandro Silvaggi, who had to retire. The first one before was Gabriele Gomez, before Karol Pazevic as well, the drivers who had to retire of this race. in the second part of the heat. Surprise with Evan Gilter going around the wrong way of the track, spinning on his own. Unfortunately, the young driver from Sodikart, who was on his way to potential top 6 into this qualifying heat. All those turns of events gave the lead first to Nicolas Tsolov, then to Alex Powell, who was able to get ahead of the pack. And before that happened, another spin at the same place as Evan Gilter, with Alex Powell getting round the track, losing the grip and going out of his car very quickly as the other drivers were making their way and avoided the collision. You could see it was very slippery, even though for Nicolas Tsolov, who inherited an unexpected win, but still well deserved, as he was able to make it through in those very difficult conditions. You see a win for Nicolas Tsolov in the pouring rain in front of Harry Burgoyne and Hugo Chukwu. And those conditions are not going to get any better, as it seems. By the look of the outside of my speaking booth, I cannot see a thing pretty much because of the rain of the windows. And we're going to have a good help of Pierrick from Apex Taming. Thank you, man. You cannot see it actually, but he's cleaning my windows so I can have a look at the track as well as the live stream. We're going to take a short break before getting back on track for the OK category in the last 2 qualifying heats.
Every day, 3,500 lives are lost on roads around the world. Driving can be dangerous, but there are simple rules we can follow that will make our roads safer and save lives. Slow down for kids. Don't text and drive. Always pay attention. Obey the speed limits. Stop when you're tired. Never drink and drive. Check your tires. Rules keep us alive.
Your life is in your hands. Respect the rules.
And we're back live from the International Kartodromo do Algarve. Welcome to you all if you're joining us right now. And as you can see, we are in the south region of Portugal. We had a lot of sun, a lot of lovely weather for the past few days, but this time around, this is no sun we're talking about. This is pouring rain, as it was kind of expected coming to the last day of the FIA Karting World Championship. But right now the conditions are far from easy. We saw the juniors spinning around in a couple of times with Alex Powell and Evan Gilter, as well as some others losing the grip in those particularly treacherous conditions. This should be no different for the OK class, even though the rain seems to be decreasing slightly as the drivers are being shown the 1 minute mark as we're going to make our way onto the track. This is the penultimate qualifying heat of the OK category, opposing the group A and D. So far, so good for Taylor Barnard, that we will have on track in just a couple of moments in the last qualifying heat. But before that, we're going to see and watch closely what's going to happen between Pedro Hilbrand, that will be starting on the front row on the right side of your picture, the former OK World Champion in 2016, driving for Tony Kart, opposing Matheus Morgato, the young Brazilian pole sitter of this category OK at the beginning of the weekend. But so far, Taylor Barnard was the man on form with 3 victories in 3 attempts yesterday during the heats, and the rain has completely stopped at the moment. But let's cross fingers for no more pouring rain during the race, because that's the last thing that those drivers want. They want conditions remaining the same pretty much, and most of the drivers talking about the weather and the grip conditions that you could have. Much prefer to have at least completely wet than just a mixed track conditions with a drying line as well, with some of the wet parts around the track, which makes things not easy at all for them. The classification, the starting grid appearing on your screen as the green flag is being shown, and the drivers make their way to the track for 2 laps. The first one to get the tires at the temperatures, the second one for the grid formation. So Taylor Barnard is leading the provisional standings as we speak. You heard him earlier in the interviews. Lorenzo Travasanotto is in second place at the moment, split by just 3 points from Callum Bradshaw in third, on equal points with Marcus Kayak. Unlike the junior category, you could actually point out a few top favorites so far in terms of pure performance, Taylor Barnard being the first one. Travasanotto has been on form as well, with a couple of strong performances throughout the course of the qualifying heat, with yet just one victory, unlike the 3 of Taylor Barnard. Andrea Kimi Antonelli won the closing heat of yesterday. Victory as well for Marcus Kayak, Juho Valtanen, Josep Marti, Soperbera. These are the winners that we had yesterday in the 8 first qualifying heats. And once again, I must thank Pierrick from Epic Streaming for cleaning my windows so I can see something outside. And unfortunately, already a retirement from the 41. This is Caius Signelis. Unfortunately, you can see, in despair, he's going to have to watch the qualifying heat from the side. And Caius Signelis, you can actually read on his eyes the disappointment after what happened. It seems to me that by the look of his car, he just went outside of the track of his own. So no mechanical trouble, as Caius Signelis seems to have lost the grip in the formation lap. So already a first turn of event, as we don't have Teresa Babikova and Norton Andreasen with us. Trouble for Caius Signelis, the former FIA Karting Academy Trophy winner. Pedro Hilbrand and Matheus Morgato on the front row of the grid, followed by Alexander Ardvig and Luigi Coluccio, Danny Kehl and Matthias Salonen, row 3. Row 4, Casper Janssen and Caius Signelis, Marcus Kayak and JC Dorques on row 5, Michael Paparo and Maya Wing on row 6, Hugo Besson and Christian Bertuccia on row 7, Signelis that we have lost from row 4, and another driver we're not going to have on track, the 29 in this field, the 29 being Olli Pilka. Unfortunately, was trying to get back on track. Can he actually manage to participate in this qualifying heat? Another driver in trouble. For the rest of the ranking, we have row 7, Hugo Besson and Christian Bertuccia. Olli Pilka unfortunately in trouble, as he was supposed to start from row 8. Row 9, Oliver Gray and Ken Oscar Gray. Row 10, Florian Russo-Ricci and William Silverholm. Row 11, Dylan Ovantov, Oli Vieira Galli, followed by Arias Dembenian, Daniel Vasile, Norton Andreasen, Sebastian Gravlin, Alexander Partushev, Pedro Peruno and Lewis Smith. A couple of drivers missing, Teresa Babikova, as we said, Norton Andreasen and Olli Pilka, as well as Caius Signelis, won't be taking part to this qualifying heat, as it seems, as the drivers making their way onto the start-finish line. Lights go out and we go racing once again. This is the penultimate qualifying heat of the day for the OK category. 10 laps to go through. Matheus Morgato around the outside already, with Pedro Hilbrand by his side and taking the lead. And watch out, we have a driver spinning. This is one of the Lennox drivers. This is the 118, I think it was. Very big spin over there for one of the drivers inside. Was it Oliver Gray actually, who went spinning in just the middle of the pack? But fortunately for the others, not touching any of the other drivers in the process. But it was a big spin for them. Let's try to see if it was indeed Oliver Gray in just the middle of the pack. We'll get back to that in just a second. But the driver is trying to find the best grip into this spray, and the first thing to do is to be able to see through the spray and be able to make it through lap 1 and then all the way to the checkered flag. But the OK drivers have the experience that they need, and let's try to see who emerges on top. But Pedro Hilbrand seems to have the fastest and the best start. There you can see the Spaniard, the 124, getting ahead in front of Matheus Morgato. Let's see for the rest of the ranking, as Luigi Coluccio, the Cosmic driver, was able to get past Alexander Hartwig, as it seems, for third place, with Matthias Salonen, as it seems, as well in the upper part of the mix. 1 lap completed, and watch out as well. Was there a bit of a trouble over there for Pedro Hilbrand as he tumbled down the order? No, still in the first place. This is one of the other Tony Kart driver, Marcus Kayak, maybe as well in the upper part of the mix. So Pedro Hilbrand in first place, second place for Matheus Morgato, Coluccio in third, in front of Alexander Hartwig, who dropped a position, in front of Danny Kehl in fifth, Salonen in sixth place, and Christian Bertuccia, the 71 right now on your picture. This is happening further back with JC Dorques, the Dutchman, battling tooth and nail for 15th place in this very tight midfield. But up ahead is Hilbrand in front of Morgato, Coluccio, Edvig, 5th place for Danny Kiel, Salonen, Bertuccia. 8th place for Kasper Janssen in front of Maja Wung, and Marcus Kayak dropping a place to a 10th position at the moment. And confirmation that unfortunately Caius Signelis and Holly Pilka, you saw them, just won't be part of this race. Oliver Gray, indeed, I think it was him who went spinning out there into the middle of the pack. We'll try to have confirmation as we go through this qualifying heat, and maybe have a look at the replay. But very nervous start of this qualifying heat right now as the gap keep on increasing. Pedro Hilbrand the fastest on track, most logical, with 7/10 of a second advantage on Matheus Morgato. Coluccio in third. The battle for the back between I think this is Marcus Kayak battling with Hugo Besson. Let's have a closer look. Yes, the VDK driver just right behind Marcus Kayak. He's gonna go through as well. Can he actually try to make it happen in the first part of the track? You can see him, Marcus Kayak, the 68, being chased at the moment by Hugo Besson, the young freshman from VDK, trying to bounce back from what has been an up and down weekend for him as well as for the rest of his team. The 37 on your track, this is Matthias Salonen, the Finnish driver, trying to make his way through as well. He's in 6th place. Matthias Salonen, that's the position he started this race from, but under the pressure from Christian Bertuccia just behind. And Christian Bertuccia will just drop the position to Kasper Janssen, as it seems. Marcus Kayak making his way up to 9 and 10. Maja Wing dropping a position and 2 places to Dylan Van Telf, up in 12 and 11 places, it seems. Dylan Van Telf, who seems to be enjoying these conditions as he is being forced to recover all throughout the qualifying heats after difficult qualifying, with already 9 places made up by Dylan Van Telf on the edge of the top 10. 3 laps completed. This is lap 4 out of 10 in this qualifying heat, and at the moment Pedro Hilbrand is on his way to secure a potential victory, even though the gap between himself and Matheus Morgato is not that big. And further back still Hugo Besson trying to harass literally Marcus Kayak. This is battle for 9th place. On your picture, the 53 of Alexander Hartwig being chased as well by Danny Kiel, the former OK World Champion as well, and Danny Kiel is going through, I think, for 4th place. Confirmation, Danny Kiel is out as well. This is Matthias Salonen as well going through. So Danny Kiel, you're going to see him on your picture. There he goes, the number 11, and Matthias Salonen, the 2 teammates just went past, as it seems, Alexander Hartwig. Confirmation that Hartwig, the Danish driver, is dropping a bit of a momentum over there, but Danny Kiel going around the outside of the line to find some more grip and prevent any overtaking from Matthias Salonen just behind. Hartwig under the pressure from Christian Bertuccia, still a couple of meters ahead for Alexander Hartwig in front of Bertuccia, 1.1 second. Let's have a look at the gap as they're about to complete lap number 4. And still keeping a close watch as well on Pedro Hilbrand as he comes across the start-finish straight. 1 second, Matheus Morgato dropped a few tenths, 4 tenths in the last lap, with the fastest lap right now from Luigi Coluccio in 1 minute 12.4. So that means that Coluccio is getting nearer Matheus Morgato for just 6/10 of a second. Let's keep a close watch as well on the battle for the back between the 2 teammates as Matthias Salonen is getting past Danny Kiel. Danny Kiel, the 11 on your picture, just dropped the position. This is the 4th one, now in 5th. Matthias Salonen making his way through, and the 2 of them actually are trying to pull away from Alexander Hartwig in 6th place. And watch out for the battle for 2nd as Matheus Morgato is trying to keep himself alive in this qualifying heat, but he has the pressure from Luigi Coluccio further up the ranking. Right now on your screen, the 2 teammates, Danny Kiel is just in front of Matthias Salonen. This will be a close call for any of the 2 representative. Of course, those are 2 teammates of the same team. And right now is the battle for 2nd, Matheus Morgato and Luigi Coluccio. This is Birelard against Cosmic, and the young Italian from the official Cosmic, the racing department team, trying everything that he can to get close from Matheus Morgato in 2nd place. Morgato, who took the fastest lap at the end of a very difficult and disputed qualifying session on Friday. He managed actually to get the fastest lap in the opening series, not to be caught again, even though Freddie Slater in that class was close. It was in the other category, my apologies. And right now is the move being successfully applied by Hugo Besson, going around the Bertuccia. Oh, and a bit of a trouble for one of the drivers for the back, the 44, I think it was William Silverholm from Forza Racing, going around the wrong way in turn number 2. He's going to drop a lot of position in the process, I'm afraid. And Hugo Besson, confirmation that went past Marcus Kayak for 7th place, and Kayak is going to have to defend against Bertuccia further back, the Birelard driver. As we have just behind him is Kenneth Garalgray as well. as Dylan Novanto further back. Right now, number 14, it is Matheus Morgato who dropped the position to Luigi Coluccio. So change as well for second place. Coluccio in second, the Cosmic Driver. Matheus Morgato in third. And under the pressure, indeed, from further back, Matthias Salonen. Salonen is getting closer on your picture. This is battle for a potential third place as Matheus Morgato is losing a bit of momentum for the past few laps after dropping to a third place. Coluccio in second. There's your leader, the 24, Pedro Hilbrand, who has so far absolutely no problem at all to make his way through the qualifying heat, increasing his gap to 1.4 seconds as Luigi Coluccio is going to try to save his second place. He has a half of a second advantage on Matheus Morgato, but Morgato might lose a bit of momentum and time as well as he needs to defend, but not for long as Matthias Salonen goes through. Change for fourth place with Matthias Salonen getting past as well, and I'm afraid Morgato is losing another position. Can he try to go around the inside, crossing the racing line to Danny Kiel, but the British driver has none of it and get past as well. So Matthias Salonen, Danny Kiel up in third and fourth, and Matheus Morgato dropping 2 places down to fifth into the second part of the qualifying heat. We're getting near the checkered flag. As you can see, it's not raining anymore, at least very slightly, just by the look of it, but the track is still very much slippery and should remain so for the remaining part of the day, as we are not expecting any sun, at least not in the coming minutes, just by the look of the sky above our heads. But at the moment, and unfortunately this will be retirement for the number 10 of Lennox Racing, and this is, I'm afraid, Oliver Gray, who was running in 17th position. Oliver Gray, who went spinning, if it was him, but I think that was, try not to fall, mate. But this will be retirement for Oliver Gray. Went spinning in the opening lap of this race, and this will be retirement, I'm afraid, for Oliver Gray, who not so long ago was signed by Lennox Racing with one victory under his belt throughout the season. And and trouble, I'm afraid, trouble for Matheus Morgato, another driver in the upper part of the mix who goes spinning onto the track. I wonder what happened for Matheus Morgato. He's going to try to get going again, but this will mean the end of this race, or at least in his search for a good result. He's tumbling down all the way to the back end of the order. Quite unfortunate for Matheus Morgato. What happened there? We were just watching some of the events on the track, but Matheus Morgato, was it a spin? Was it a contact? But as a result, he's losing a potential top 5. Up ahead, Pedro Hilbrand still 1 second in front of Luigi Coluccio, but by the look of it, Coluccio is on a good pace as well, with a 1.12.2 for Coluccio on the past lap, 1.12.6 for Pedro Hilbrand. So Coluccio on a much faster pace, as it seems at the moment, than Pedro Hilbrand, who might be saving a bit of his tires as well and keeping some of his energy, for the 2 remaining laps of this race. Penultimate lap of this qualifying heat, Pedro Hilbrand 1.3 seconds advance on Coluccio, so a faster lap this time around for Pedro Hilbrand, who keeps his victory well protected. The battle on your screen is opposing the number 17 further back, with Maya Wing in front of Franceville Sariavi. The 49 on your screen right now, this as well in the midfield, Sariavi as well behind, in front of William Silverholm. I think William Silverholm just went ahead of, still behind, sorry. This is a battle for 14 and 15 place, with Maya Wing just in front of them too. On the picture, Danny Kiel, the 2017 world champion in PF International. As you might remember, this title is competing once again at his best level and battling for what could be a top 3, but he's going to have to get past his teammate Matthias Salonen, just half of a second between the two. Behind this man, Pedro Hilbrand, as well as Luigi Coluccio in second position. A bit more than a lap to go for Pedro Hilbrand on his way to secure what could be first victory for him this weekend. Pedro Hilbrand, who's been in the top part of the classification so far, 6 in the provisional classification as of yesterday. He's going to certainly gain a few positions, and we'll see him on the certainly first, or at least 3 starting rows for the final of the class coming up this afternoon at the start. 2:35, my apologies, local time here in Portugal. So Pedro Hilbrand, let's keep a close watch on him, because we've seen some surprises in the past qualifying heats, as Alex Powell, for instance, went spinning in the last lap of his qualifying heat, even though he seemed to have secured the win. Of course, let's not wish such similar circumstances to Pedro Hilbrand, who seems in control and on his way to secure his first qualifying heat of the weekend, and certainly a good confidence booster for the young Spaniard former European and world champion, of course, in the direct drive category that we've seen in the gearbox classes as well. But Pedro Hilbrand, former CRG driver, obviously, who went to a Tony Kart for the 2020 season, along with Joe Turney as well as Callum Bradshaw, some of the most recent signings from the official OTK Group racing team. Victory in the end, and checkered flag for Pedro Hilbrand, crossing the line just ahead, 1.4 seconds ahead of Luigi Coluccio. Third place for Matthias Salonen in front of his teammate Danny Kiel. Fifth, 16 places recovered for brilliant Dylan Ovantov. The young Dutchman was on the charge with the fastest first sector in his closing lap. Top 5 for Dylan Ovantov in front of Marcus Kayak. Alexander Hardwick is 7 in the end in front of Hugo Besson. Ken Osgar-Algué is 9 in front of Christian Bertuccia. And outside at the top 10, your winner on the picture, Pedro Hilbrand. First heat win for him, and a ticket secured certainly for the first 3 row of the starting grid for the final. The classification on your screen: Pedro Hilbrand ahead with outside of the top 10, Johnson, Casper, Olin Vieira Galli as well in 12th place. Then William Silverhorn, Maya Weng, Franz-Emil Sarayavi in front of Michael Paparo, JC Dorques in 17, followed by Sebastian Gravelen, Arias Dekmeyan, Florent Rusorici, Daniel Vasile, Pedro Perino, Alexander Partishev, Matheus Morgato, dropping all the way to 24 as he was able to see the checkered flag in the end in front of Lewis Smith. In some of the drivers who retired, we have Kaius Signelis as well as Oli Pilka and Oliver Gray. Unfortunately for him, Norton Andrensen and Teresa Bebikova didn't take part in this closing qualifying heat for those 2 groups. Let's have a look at what happened with the replay. And even before this qualifying heat got started, already some drama happening for Kaius Signelis, unfortunately. The young Romanian driver from the XP Racing team, who actually went out on his own, as it seems, by the look of his car. Some trouble as well for 29 Oli Pilka, who couldn't complete the formation lap as he had to step down, at least trying to get his kart and engine going again, but unable to take part in this qualifying heat. The start on your picture with Matheus Morgato de Birelart on the left side, trying to go around and protect his position, but Pedro Hilbrand actually made an interesting move, crossing the line on the inside of the right-hander and getting the advantage right into the braking zone of turn number 2. The Tony Kart driver, you can see, going around the inside of the Brazilian, who tried, of course, as much as he can to protect his second position. Oliver Gray went for a little spin over there. Unfortunately, the Lennox Racing driver, who would later on retire from this race, but a bit of a spin and the start of the issues, unfortunately, for Oliver Gray in this race. Just right ahead, you can see that Matheus Morgato was able in the opening stages just to keep Pedro Hilbrand just behind him, but not for long, as the young Spaniard just ran around the outside of his opponent. A bit of a trouble over there, and a bit of a scary moment it is for the 71 of JC Dorques, who was able to control his kart. Beautiful dancing numero from JC Dorques, still losing a bit of momentum in the process, but at least he was able to stay with all 4 wheels onto the track. Still very slippery conditions, as you can see, a lot of spray, and the visibility, of course, being much reduced for all those drivers of the OK class. The first fight was to get onto the track and see it through the checkered flag in this qualifying race. The 2 teammates, Danny Kiel and Matthias Salonen, fighting their way through as well, here battling for what will be in the end 3rd and 4th position behind Luigi Coluccio at the time, who had made his way past, but Danny Kiel was letting Matthias Salonen pass as well, trying to fight back, and the 2 were driving very close to each other. Up ahead, Matheus Morgato was still leaning in front of Luigi Coluccio, as the 2 would soon come to a battle for second place before Matheus Morgato would run into some trouble spinning on his own. But right now is another move further back from this is Hugo Besson going around Christian Bertuccia from Birelart as well. Beautiful battle down the turn number 2 and 3. And this is another driver, the 44, going around the wrong way. Unfortunately, the 44 who tumbled down the order, William Silverhorn, who finished this race in 13th position after dropping a lot of position in the process. Matheus Morgato would start dropping as well some momentum into this race before spinning on his own. You can see him still trying to hold his position, but for not much long, as Matthias Salonen, then Danny Kiel went passing the Brazilian driver. trying to fight as much as he could, but in those difficult conditions, all the racing lines actually are put back from scratch, and you have actually to find the best grip that you can, which is certainly no easy task. Matheus Morgado resisting a bit to Danny Kill, trying to cross his line around the inside and the outside, and then he would make it click in the end with Matheus Morgado dropping in position. Unfortunately, Oliver Gray from Lennox Racing had to step out of his kart as well after spinning in the opening stages. Another spin as well, and another drama this time around for Matheus Morgado, who could have secured a potential top 5 before dropping all the way down the order and finishing in very, very last position. Where is he actually? Matheus Morgado in the end of this race. Yeah, 24 on the checkered flag, unfortunately for the Brazilian driver. Hopefully that will be able to bounce back on his way to the final. We shall see about that, of course, once the last qualifying heat is complete. We'll have a clear review of the classification, and we'll let you know, of course. In the meantime, make sure to check out FIAKarting.com for all the latest results. Beautiful battle on your screen, the number 16 of Dylan Vanthof on a charge throughout the entirety of this race, clipping the corner in a fantastic maneuver on the 53 of Alexander Ardvig. 16 places recovered for Dylan Vanthof in this race, on his way to the top 5. This race in the end was won fair and square by Pedro Hilbrand, 1.4 seconds in front of Luigi Coluccio, with Matthias Salonen securing 3rd place in front of Danny Kiel, and Dylan Vanthof challenging his way through for the top 5 in front of Marcus Kayak, Alexander Ardvig and Hugo Besson. Thank you all very much. This was the replay of the qualifying heat we just had before. The last one is coming up your way very fast. This will be opposing the group B and C, with Andrea Antonelli and Colin Bradshaw on the front row of the grid. Before we get going for the last qualifying heat, let's hear from one of the representatives of CRG, with Guido Piedade, responsible of the marketing strategy for the Tillini Group.
2020 has been difficult. It's been particularly difficult for us at CRG. We haven't had the results that we were hoping for. These race weekends really are just a showcase of the work that we are doing back at the factory and in preparation to the events. We have lots of different nationalities within our team under the 10. It's challenging, but it's great. It's very international. We get along very well. It's like a big family, really. Very well together. It's an awesome team. And yeah, I can only call myself privileged to actually be part of it. Well, much like the other big teams, we try to use opportunities to develop the material, to develop the drivers also, to always improve in certain areas, whether it's technologically, whether it's with even this, you know, in parentheses, schooling of our mechanics. We want to improve in every part, and together with our partners, whether it's the engine manufacturer, whether it's the tire manufacturer, we try to establish very, very close relationships with them. And in this teamwork, we try to excel and ultimately you know, celebrate success on the track. Well, the best advice that we can give is to keep the kart within the white lines, you know, on the gray area, which is the tarmac. But at the end of the day, really, it's up to the driver to decide which line to take, where to overtake, how to start and everything. He has to work well with his mechanics. He has to be able to communicate to the engineers what he wants to improve on the kart to ultimately get the best lap time possible. I guess 2020 has been a very particular year for everybody, not only the motorsports community, but all over the world. And we feel with everybody who's suffering also the consequences of COVID. We had to also wait how it developed. Ultimately, we had very good guidance also from the FIA. Right here, I must say the preparations for COVID have been very well, very meticulous. We're happy to be part of this organization. We try to obviously, you know, contain the spread of the COVID virus. 2021, it's really all in the preparation. We hope to be able to prepare ourselves so well for the 2021 season that we'll be back with a vengeance.
And we're back on track for the start of the last qualifying heat of the day. It concerns the Hockey class, Group B and C. Andrea Antonelli, the reigning European champion, is on the start-finish on the front row of the starting grid. The 58, as you can see, Ruben Moya won't be able, at least for the moment, to take part, but can he actually get going again before we will be on for the 10 lap, the last 10 lap of the qualifying races? on this Cartodromo Internacional de Algarve. But Andrea Kimi Antonelli and Callum Bradshaw will be on the front row, making their way onto the start-finish straight with Lorenzo Trovasanotto, Telo Barnard behind them. We get going, the last 10 laps of the qualifying races before the finals. Here we go. Andrea Kimi Antonelli from pole position. Oh, and a bit of a trouble for Telo Barnard further behind. Telo Barnard was pushed outside of the track, but making his way up, back, but dropping a few positions in the process. Let's make it in one piece into the first corners, but it was very, very tight for Telo Barnard, who was able to keep it all together. But let's have a look at what's happening before. But with Telo Barnard actually in 5th position as it seems. Andrea Kimi Antonelli had the best start from pole position as it seems. Callum Bradshaw, Trovasanotto in the mix as well. As you can see, the spray are still very much present onto the track, but good effort from Callum Bradshaw, who made his way up to first position in front of Antonelli. Then we have, let's see, who made it through as well, but Telo Barnard is still up in the mix, but dropping a couple of positions for the provisional leader of the classification, who actually was possibly on his way to a 4th victory out of his heats. He's still leading the provisional classification, Telo Barnard, as we speak. You can see at 21st, one of the CIG drivers, this is Rasmus Jutimi, going around the outside of the track trying to find the grip. And at the moment, Callum Bradshaw had the best start in front of Andrea Kimi Antonelli. I think that in the meantime as well, we have Lorenzo Patrese and Nicola Spirtilati making their way past as well. Nico Ankte actually had a fantastic start and making his way past Andrea Kimi Antonelli. So Nico Ankte from Tony Carr just behind. Beautiful start from Nico Ankte, getting past Antonelli for third. Further back, we have Lorenzo Patrese in front of Bedouin, Charlie Wurtz, Rasmus Duchimi is in 7th place, Tanak Pongan Semuto in 8th. 9th place for Nicola Spirtilati, and Lorenzo Trovasanotto and Telo Barnard, who dropped all the way to 10 and 11 in the opening lap. So what happened over there? We saw Telo Barnard tangling a little bit and being pushed around the outside of the turn number 2. I wonder what happened to Trovasanotto as well. Maybe a bit of wheel banging in the process. Oh, and two drivers went together, the 59 and the 19. This is Noah Dengbol and Kib Arwang, unfortunately. One of the representative of World Racing and one of the Car Republic driver who just went together. Let's see where this happened actually into the first part of the track, the corner number 5 on the far side of the circuit, and the two are going to try to get back on track, but it was a lot of mud actually into that very wet outside part of the circuit. But let's see if the two are going to be able to get back onto the track and pursuit into this qualifying heat. It's now easy test, of course, as they cannot have any outside help for the marshals unless the retirement is confirmed. In a moment, 2 laps completed, and Callum Bradshaw had a terrific start in front of Nico Ankte as well, the 26, trying to get close as well, just 7/10 of a second between the two. And you can see the 45 on the screen. This is Lorenzo Patrese getting passed right now by Nikita Bedouin. A good charge as well from Bedouin, the number 4, who's saying to Patrese, let's try to chase the others. Let's not fight just right now. Let's wait for the later stages of this race. Let's keep it all together and try to decrease the gap as much as we can. But at the moment, Bedouin is 4th, trying to chase Antonelli in 3rd place. These are your leaders. With Bedouin, oh, and a bit of a slide for Nikita Bedouin, who keeps control. Is followed by Patrese, Charlie Ward in 6th, Uchimi is in 7th. Then we have in 8th place, we have Tanapongan Sutumo. Telo Barnard trying to making his way up to better positions. Is 9 in front of Pirtilati, and Trovasanotto still outside the top 10 as we speak. But what a difficult start of the race for the leader of the classification so far. Barnard making his way up. Tanapongan in 8th place. Trovasanotto still blocked behind Nicolas Pirtilati as it seems. But at the moment is the battle. Yeah, there he comes Telo Barnard, I think it was. Beautiful battle with Tanapongan 52 further back as they come across the start-finish straight. Callum Bradshaw, 6/10 of a second. He just dropped a little bit with Nico Ankte flying in these conditions. 1:12.1, the fastest lap in the race for the German driver in 2nd place at the moment. Confirmation on your screen. Andrea Kimi Antonelli in 3rd, Kimi Antonelli with just almost 1 second behind. But further back, beautifully made by Telo Barnard, wasn't it? Trying to get past as well. Now Nicolas Pirtilati, my apologies, getting past Tanapongan Sumunto for 9th place. Confirmation Pirtilati in front of Trovasanotto. Tanapongan dropping 2 positions in the process outside of the top 10. Here's the 2-time world champion, the number 48 of Parolin, Lorenzo Trovasanotto, trying to follow as well Barnard. He has the target by his side, and further back we have Marcus Amann trying to get past as well. He's in 17. Marcus Amann is yet to start from further end the starting grid. 9 positions made up by Marcus Amann in the process in those difficult conditions, trying to save what it can be, even though this difficult weekend for VDK and Marcus Amann won't be able to get back on his feet at the end of this qualifying heat. In the meantime, the 2 Birella drivers, the 52 of further back Tanapongan Sunagan and Nicolas Bertilati battling tooth and nail. This is a battle for 11th place in the production top 10 between the two, as they come across start finish straight. And watch out for the 47 of just further back. This is Alex Sarniala getting past, or at least trying to get past Tanapongan Sumunto, and for 13th place. This will be very tight, as the number 15 on your screen happening for the back. This is Enzo Trulli, who dropped the position to Tanapongan Sumunto for 13th place. Axel Sarniala getting past to Trulli for 13th place, apologies. As we have Marcus Amand trying to do the same on the driving 16th position, being Michael Ogiard. And we'll get back to that in a minute. But right now on your screen, the battle raging for a potential 14th place between Enzo Trulli, trying to get past as well the driver in front of him, Axel Sarniala. Number 15, Enzo Trulli, Sarniala just in front. Further back, we have number 52 of Tanapongan Sumunto, the Thai driver, trying to stay alive in this race as well. As further up, we have Lorenzo Patrese getting past Charlie Wurz for 5th place. Change for 5th place, as on your screen, we're back with Telo Barnard, number 2, the Vice European champion, trying to chase and trying to get past Rasmus Uchimis, the CRG driver, just in front of him. Let's keep a close watch on that one. This is a battle for 7th place potentially, as Charlie Wurz is up for grab as well. Up in the lead, Callum Braccio still 1 second advantage on Nico Ankte, with Andrea Kimi Antonelli holding the 3rd position with still 1 second disadvantage on the top 2 drivers. At the moment, the top 3 seems to be secured and fixed in terms of gap, but beautifully made by Charlie Wurz, who's getting past Lorenzo Patrese again. And watch out for Barnard and Uchimis. Those 4 drivers are going to get all together in just one picture. Very, very tight gap between the 4 at the advantage of Patrese. Oh, and a bit of a gap and an issue, unfortunately, for one of the drivers who just went out into the barrier. And this is Lorenzo D'Alosio, I'm afraid. Lorenzo D'Alosio, who just went out as he was driving in 11th place and just left the track. I wonder what had happened, maybe in the first sector or in the turn number 5. Yeah, it just happened in the hairpin of turn number 5 on the far side of the track. Lorenzo D'Alosio, unfortunately, a confirmation of the 34 from Pantano Racing Team, who won't be at the end of this race unless he can get back onto the track. But from the mud and the wet left side of the track, this is no easy task. Ruchimi is clipping the curb, trying to get some momentum outside of the left right-hander, but it's not enough, as Telo Barnard makes his way through. Telo Barnard passing Juchimi for 7th place, trying to chase as well the 2 drivers in front of him. Lorenzo Patrese, who just was passed as well by Charlie Wurz. A change as well. Charlie Wurz, the XP driver, making his way through. Patrese will lose a position down to 6. And watch out, because Patrese seems not to be on the pace that he wanted, as Telo Barnard is getting close as well. Barnard and Juchimis, those 4 drivers in the same picture. This is a battle for potential 5th place, as Nikita Pedrin has been able to increase his gap as much as he could. 3.8 seconds in front of the driver in 4th place. In 5th place, Charlie Wurz, under the pressure from Patrese. Watch out for Barnard, who's going to try to go around the inside of Patrese, who shuts the door. But Barnard has a few other attempts in his pocket, certainly, before the end of this race. We're about to complete lap number 7 out of 10 in this qualifying heat. Still led by the man on your picture, Callum Braccio, the newly signed driver from the Tony Card Racing Team, who's been putting some great performance all throughout the 2020 season in the European Championship, notably, as well as for the World Karting Championship. Certainly not the drivers that we could expect in the end. It could be one of the challengers in this race, Callum Braccio, who used to compete on the Portimao racetrack, a couple of years back in 2016. We had the last edition of the FIA Karting European Championship for the OK in the junior class, and the KF and KF Junior on 2015. And Braccio was here actually, and you can see he has experience not only in those conditions, as is from Britain, and it's quite well known that the British drivers are certainly one of the fastest in the wet conditions. But he has the experience of this track as well, having competed before in the Academy Trophy as well, that he won a couple of years back. Braccio ahead of Nico Ankte in 2nd place, unable to decrease the gap with 1.2 seconds still as we're getting near the checker flag, and a bit of a slide, beautifully controlled by Axel Sarniala for the back in 11th place, trying to keep himself from the return of Enzo Trulli, and a good charge. Enzo Trulli with 5th places gained since the start of this qualifying heat. In the moment, Callum Braccio, Nico Ankte, Andrea Kimatanli, this is the top 3. And you can see Braccio, who's not afraid to clip on the curb. The 19 on your picture, this is further back happening. We'll get back to that in just a second, but at the moment, Braccio, Ankte, Antonelli, your top 3. The number 19 on your picture was Noan Degbol. Noan Degbol was going to be lapped, I think it is, because he's driving in 25th and last position at the moment. He's going to have to make way, indeed, for Callum Bradshaw in the lead. In the meantime, the number 2 on your picture, Telo Barnard, getting close to Charlie Wurz. This is a battle for 5th place as the young Australian driver from Xpree is going to try to keep the young Brit as long as he can behind him, trying to go around the outside of the corner to have a better momentum and a better exit of the corner. But Telo Barnard is giving everything he has, because he needs the point as well. At least he's been able to secure 3 victories so far in the heat, and is most likely will be the pole sitter for the final this afternoon. But still, for the confidence, for the momentum, he wants to keep it on a high, and Charlie Wurz is just up for grab. Certainly a place to go grab for Telo Barnard, as Nikita Bedouin was able to extend his gap further ahead. Let's have a look. We have approximately 4.4 seconds indeed between Bedouin and Charlie Wurz. So the top 4 seems to be unreachable for Telo Barnard as he makes his way through in front of Charlie Wurz. Resists Charlie Wurz, beautifully made from the young Australian, who get past again. This is the final lap in the battle for 5th place in raging, as Charlie Wurz just went back again in front of Telo Barnard. Beautifully made. Watch out not to do anything, of course, and smart in these conditions, as you guys need to see the checker flag in one piece. But beautiful battle in this closing lap of the qualifying heat. Telo Barnard being not so much comfortable, at least he would have thought that it was a done deal when he went past Charlie Wurz, but beautiful resistance put together by one of the 2 sons of Alex Wurz, former F1 driver, of course, who's here with us this weekend to support the performance of his son. Charlie Wurz in 5th place, still in front of Telo Barnard, but right now this is this man in the picture, Callum Bradshaw, followed by Nico Ankte. Oh, and a bit of a trouble for Nico Ankte in 2nd place. Have we just missed Nico Ankte, who just went around the wrong way of the track, or was it just another driver on your picture? Wait and see, actually, because we're going to have Callum Bradshaw crossing the start-finish line very soon. But it seems to me Nico Ankte is still there. Let's have a confirmation, but on the corner of Mahai, I saw another driver going around the wrong way. No, it was another driver. My apologies. Nico Ankte is crossing the start-finish straight in 2nd place. But on the corner of your stream, we saw a driver losing the racing line over there. It looked to me actually as one of the technical drivers for the back in the field. But rest assured, no problem at all for Nico Ankte. 2nd place in the end, in front of Andrea Kimi Antonelli, and this man, Callum Bradshaw, securing his very first heat win this weekend, and a win, of course, that certainly will make a difference in the point classification, and of course, in order to get the best starting grid that you can for the OK final coming up this afternoon. Callum Bradshaw, winner of this last qualifying heat of the FIA Karting World Championship, in front of Nico Ankte, Andrea Kimi Antonelli, Nikita Bedouin, Charlie Wurz in 5th place. He was able to keep Telo Barnard behind him all the way to the end. Rasmus Ucimi is 7 in front of Nicolas Pirtilati. Lorenzo Trovzanuto is 9 in front of the other Lorenzo Patrese this time. 11th place for Alex Sarniala in front of Enzo Trulli, Rafael Chavez Camara, Tana Pongan Sumunto, Mikel Ogiard, Lola Lovin-Foss, as well as Miguel Silva, Manuel Espirito Santo, Christian Loven, Thomas Guedes, Jamie Day, Colin Morgan, Andrei Piedescu, Cecilia Egvingst, and Noah Degbol. A couple of drivers who retired, Ruben Moya, Kim Arwang, as well as Marcus Amann and Lorenzo Dorosio. And once again, difficult conclusion of the weekend for Marcus Amann. Let's have a look at what happened in this last qualifying heat with the replay. And so we had a bit of a trouble, but fortunately he was able to get onto the track. Ruben Moya, the CRG driver, the 58, who was trying to get going. He thought that it was a done deal, but unfortunately this will be retirement even before the start for the driver from CRG. In the meantime, Andrea Kimi Antonelli was able to keep his advantage at least for just a couple of meters. You can see on the right side, Telo Barnard being pushed away, but was able to keep control of his Car Republic chassis. Another driver from Car Republic had a bit of a tangle on the left side of the track, but all good in one piece throughout the turn number 2 and 3. Very tight and very stressful starting proceedings that where you could see actually Callum Bradshaw taking advantage of the first opening corners as the British driver put himself in the lead in front of Andrea Kimi Antonelli as well in the mix. Travis Zanotto dropping all the way down the order, as well as Antonelli, the two drivers who were not so much comfortable. Antonelli being passed over there in this picture by Nico Ankte, who had a fantastic start. Antonelli being able to keep third place, as we had lost Telo Barnard as well before he would recover. Two drivers went together, unfortunately, the number 19 and the number 58 being number 59, my apologies, Kim Warang and Noah Degbol, who was able to see the end of the race in last position. Lorenzo Patrese this time around had a hard time defending against on your picture Nikita Pedrin, the young Russian from World Racing, charging the young Italian and trying to ask him not to fight just too soon in this qualifying heat, but try to decrease the gap on the top three. It didn't happen eventually, but Pedrin was still able to make his way past. Marcus Amann on your picture very briefly, as he was charging his way through the field before having to retire. As you could see, still very slippery conditions, as the 34 of Pantano was making his way through, getting past before having to retire Lorenzo D'Alosio, unfortunately. And that's where actually the moment happened, as Lorenzo D'Alosio seems, by the look of it, went on his own maybe, or maybe was it the result of an incident. We didn't see that happening live, but it was, as a consequence, retirement for Lorenzo D'Alosio, unfortunately. In the meantime, the battle was on, as Telo Barnard, just behind Rasmus Uchimis, was trying to make up for the lost ground in the opening stages of this qualifying heat. And he was getting past here, the CRG driver, onto the start finish straight, trying to keep up with Patrese and Charlie Wurst just in front of him. Charlie Wurst was next in line, but it would prove to be more difficult than actually programmed, as you can see actually the Austrian driver making a bit of a mistake going around the outside, as Telo Barnard was able, at least in the first time, to get back. This will be, ladies and gentlemen, the last pictures that we're going to have together before going for well-deserved lunchtime. We'll be back, of course, stay with us. We'll be back live from 1:35 Portuguese time for the rest of the streaming. This will be a glorious afternoon of racing with two finals. The junior final starting at 1:35, followed by the OK final, as we have here the conclusion of this last qualifying heat. So make sure to tune in to stay with us, as we're going to crown the 2020 FIA Karting World Champions in the OK and the junior class. In just a few moments, we're going to take a short break for the lunchtime. We'll be back at 1:35 Portuguese time on YouTube, as well as on social media, Facebook, the official Facebook page of the FIA Karting Championship. And we're going to conclude on this one, the victory of Callum Bradshaw in front of Nico Ankte and Andrea Kimi Antonelli in third place. This will be it for us right now, but let's find you back in just a few moments. 1:35 for the finals.
Every day, 3,500 lives are lost on roads around the world. Driving can be dangerous, but there are simple rules we can follow that will make our roads safer and save lives. Slow down for kids. Don't text and drive. Always pay attention. Obey the speed limits. Stop when you're tired. Never drink and drive. Check your tires. Rules keep us alive.
Your life is in your hands. Respect the rules.
Benvenido a Portugal. Welcome to Portugal, everybody. Welcome onto the International Cartodromo do Algarve under the rain. No, you're not dreaming. It's not under the sun that the FIA Karting 2020 World Championship will find its conclusion. It's under pouring rain conditions that we had last year as well in the 2019 edition of the World Championship back in Arlama in Finland. This time around we went to south searching for a bit of sun. We had a lot of it during the past days coming to this event, but right here, right now, it's raining and it's not about to stop, even though the track shall remain very, very treacherous for the remaining of the day. Welcome to you all. We are live wherever you are in the world. Thank you so much once again for tuning in, for joining us to follow all together the last two races of this glorious weekend of racing. The last two races, but the most important ones as well, starting with the junior category. As you can see, the drivers have lined up on the pre-grid. A presentation procedure that has been changed in the past few minutes for a good reason. The rain has been pouring relentlessly on the track without stopping ever since we came out at lunchtime. We were expecting that in the days coming to Sunday, but not that much of a rain actually. It started pouring during lunchtime as we take a bit of a pause after the first qualifying heats of the morning. The last qualifying races coming to these two important finals. A total of 25 qualifying races were run onto this track by the more than 160 drivers competing in the FIA Karting World Championship. It was also on a slippery track, slippery conditions, even though the rain was coming and finishing. So coming around sometimes onto the track, even though we could have expected to have better conditions as the day would go by, but we have none of it, and the rain came back in force during lunchtime. We had to brace ourselves inside the facilities. It was no practical at all, just a few minutes before making it onto the track and before aligning the drivers that you can see on your stream. Decision was taken though by our clerk of the course, Nigel Edwards, to go back on track and to get going with the racing. We shall see in the coming minutes, of course, if the drivers will still be allowed to get onto the track, if the green flag will be waved to unleash those young drivers onto the track for the final, the much-awaited final of the FIA Karting World Junior Championship for the category welcoming the drivers between 12 and 14 years of age. My name is Guillaume Alvarez. This is my pleasure to welcome you once again for the conclusion of the World Championship here live from Portugal. You might be wondering, if you're joining us right now, if you haven't been with us so far live on the streaming, that Jake Sanson might have a different voice than usual, but unfortunately Jake couldn't be with us this weekend in Portugal due to reasons outside of his control, but we wish him well. He's getting well already and he's following us live, certainly with both eyes open on what's going to happen on track. Rest assured, he will be back behind the mic in no time, but right here, right now, let's focus on the action at hand, and the World Championship is about to find its glorious conclusion. Two races on schedule. The first one with the junior category. As you can see on track, all the drivers that made it out of the qualifying practice, first of all, and qualifying heats just after are aligned on the starting grid, the pre-grid, before making their way onto the track in just a couple of minutes. The start will be given at precisely 1:55 Portuguese time. We're a bit 1 hour in advance compared to the European Central Time for all of you guys, or wherever you are in the world. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for watching and be at our side to witness great action on to the Cartódromo Internacional do Algarve. The best karting drivers in the world. Those time around, this will be the junior category from 12 to 14 years of age, followed by another race with the senior driver, the OK class. But we'll get back to that, of course, in a few moments. Just after the 17 laps of this race, 25 kilometers in total to go through for the competitors of the junior category. This will be the longest race that those drivers have to go through during the weekend. 7 laps on average for all the qualifying heats so far. We had a total of 15 qualifying races to build the starting grid. Only the 36 best drivers were able to get themselves onto the track for this final race. 36 tickets out of 89 drivers and competitors that registered for this 2020 World Championship in Portugal. So 89 drivers on the entry list, 89 competed, and just 36 of them have been able to make it through the qualifying heats and qualify for the race of all races. The wait is over. It has been a long season. It has been a difficult and unusual season, to say the least, but we are finally here in Portugal. I would say not under the sunny weather of Portugal. We've had that before, but the rain is on, and this will be absolutely interesting conditions. Difficult for the drivers, that's for sure, even though most of them have experienced that kind of difficult weather conditions before. This is the first time quite right for them here in Portugal. They had the occasion to get acquainted with the layout of the Cartódromo on Friday already, as the rain came spicing up the things with the qualifying practice and the free practice before. So both practices actually all throughout the day were perturbated by the rain coming around and stopping and coming back all throughout Friday, even though we had a drying track for the conclusion of the qualifying practice. It was dry all throughout Saturday, despite a bit of a slippery track and a drying line as well for the opening heats in the morning. This morning, once again, it rained just a little bit during the night, and we had quite a wet and slippery track for the warm-up sessions opening the day. And then we thought actually throughout the morning that we could have some amelioration, some improvement in terms of weather, but we had none of it as the rain kept coming back to us, and it was pouring like we had never seen before so far into this weekend, even for the past 2 weeks that we've been here, and even more for all the competitors of the FIA Karting World Championship. You must know, of course, that the teams and drivers traveling from the 5 corners of the world, we have all continents represented with more than 40 countries on track, more than 160 drivers, 89 in junior, 74 in OK. Tremendous entries numbers, and once again we have to be thankful to all the teams and drivers that made it possible making the trip to Portugal, and most of them have been here for quite a while, actually being able to practice and discover this Portimao racetrack, because most of the drivers, at the exception of some of the OK competitors, never competed before, at least in race conditions at such a level of racing. The last time that the FIA Karting competition came to the Algarve racetrack goes back to 2016 and 2015 already. Back in 2016, we had the European Championship of the OK junior category back in those days. 2016, we had the victory of Tom Joyner, the British driver, with Zanardi, who defeated in the final Ben Hanley, who would go on to compete in car racing with the years passing by. We had on the podium of the European Championship back in the days Pedro Hilbrand, the Spanish driver that went on to win the World Championship that very year in the OK class. Pedro Hilbrand is here with us. He's going to be competing in a couple of minutes, of course, throughout the afternoon for the OK final. Certainly a lot of experience for the Spanish driver, as he will be aligning his Tony Kart on the starting grid, and certainly with high ambitions when it comes to the chase for the title. You can see right now the drivers, some of them already sat in their cars, some others waiting under the umbrellas. All the umbrellas are out, actually, and have been provided by the FIA Karting Federation. You can see also that the drivers are being handed over the medals. This has been a tradition introduced, of course, by the FIA Karting Federation for all the competitions for the past 2 seasons, to give out medals, the deserved medals, of course, for all the finalists, even before the start of the most decisive of races. But this is a way to reward already those 36 drivers for making it through the qualifying heats, for already achieving the difficult task at such a high level to qualify for the final within the top of the top. These are the best drivers in the world in OK and junior categories, and we're here lucky enough to be witnessing them in action. This will be 17 laps of racing, and as you can see, the conditions are far from easy to tackle for all those young drivers. Certainly more than ready to maximize the best out of themselves and out of their machinery. The best teams and factories, of course, could not miss this event. This is the pinnacle of all competitions in the FIA Karting season. We had, of course, a long European Championship, even though only 3 rounds instead of 4. FIA Karting Federation putting a lot of effort in the background with the promoter of the competition, the RGMMC group, in the effort to try to make everything happen the best way possible. And the first, of course, beautiful achievement was allow the competition to be run in the conditions that we had. 3 rounds of the European Championship. In terms of the junior category, we had Hugo Chuku, the young American, driving for the Sauber junior karting team, who emerged on top of the competition this year, crowned for the first time of his young career European champion in the junior category, for just 5 little points in front of the British driver Harvey Lindblad, with Tuukka Taponen completing the top 3. We just will be back in just a few moments to talk you through the starting grid of the junior final. Don't go anywhere, we'll be back.
Every day, 3,500 lives are lost on roads around the world. Driving can be dangerous, but there are simple rules we can follow that will make our roads safer and save lives. Slow down for kids. Don't text and drive. Always pay attention. Obey the speed limits. Stop when you are tired. Never drink and drive. Check your tires. Rules keep us alive.
Your life is in your hands. Respect the rules.
Your life is in your hands. Respect the rules. This is a message brought to you by the FIA, the International Federation of the Automobile, of course, as we have the official executive secretary of the sport, Mr. Bayer, with us this weekend, as well as the FIA Karting Federation President, Mr. Felipe Massa, the Executive Secretary of the FIA Karting Federation, Mr. Kayo Baride as well. All the officials here with us to live live the FIA Karting World Championship. Thank you again, gentlemen, for your support and for your presence here in Portugal. As all the drivers on track, starting with the 36 best junior out of this weekend, will have will be in much need of our support throughout the challenges at hand, and the challenges will be aplenty, that's for sure, into the 17 next laps that I have to go through. And only one, and just one out of 36, will get a chance to step on the highest place on the podium. We'll have, of course, the podium ceremony just following this junior final. Stay with us, of course, as we will celebrate the top 3 winners of this junior final, just followed afterwards by the OK class for a race that will be run through 20 laps this time around, 30 kilometers around the International Cartódromo do Algarve. And once again, the podium ceremony. So stay with us for what's going to be a fantastic and exciting weekend and afternoon of racing. The weekend has been exciting so far. 25 races, 25 qualifying heats to make sure that we could have a starting grid with the best and the most successful drivers out of this weekend here in Portimao. As you all know, we were supposed a couple of months ago to head back to Brazil for the first time for this FIA Karting World Championship for the direct drive classes. Brazil hopefully will have the chance to go there next year in 2021, although the reasons outside of our control and the sanitary restrictions throughout the year led the FIA Karting Federation to take the early decision to move this event for Brazil next year and to choose another location for the OK and the junior competitors. And the work has been done behind the scene during weeks and weeks of preparation, and in the end the Cartódromo do Algarve in Portimao was the wisest choice, certainly, for the FIA Karting competition to find its pinnacle event and its conclusion to a unusual 2020 season, to say the least. We're going to start, ladies and gentlemen, in 5 minutes, a bit over 5 minutes now before we get going for the first of 2 finals here live from Portugal. So make sure to check out all the latest results and information that you need on fiakarting.com, where you'll find also the live timing brought to us and to you by Apex Timing, our main partner of the FIA Karting Federation for the past few seasons now. The live streaming that you're having right now brought to you by the RGMMC Group, as well as all the latest results classification that you can find. Make sure to check out as well FIA Karting Championship on Facebook and Instagram. Drop us a like, drop us a comment on what you see on track, and don't hesitate to cheer with the drivers of your choice and to wish them the best of outcome at the end of those 2 finals. And they will need your support, the young drivers from between 12 and 14 years of age of the junior category. So before we get going for the racing, let's go through the starting grid of this race. You will be starting from pole position. On the left side of your picture is from Singapore. This is Christian Ho under the colors of the Sauber Junior Karting team. This will be a full first grid for Sauber Junior Karting team in Czech Republic, with Ugo Igochuku, the one-on-one on the right side of your picture. And watch out for Ugo Igochuku. He has the momentum of a tremendous season behind him, with the European Championship title already in the bag. Can he actually achieve the 1-2 and add another success to his tally? But Christian Ho, who actually, for the ironic situation, couldn't be with us throughout most of the European Championship. He only took part in the closing event, the German Karting Grand Prix in Wackersdorf. Of course, it was difficult for him to get back in up to speed, considering he had not competing much with the situation that we went through this season. He's back in contention for the World Championship, and he did such a great job pulling out 2 victories in the qualifying heats. And right now we have him on pole position as we are about to start this junior final in the next 3 minutes. So a full Sauber Junior Karting team front line, as we say: Christian Ho, Ugo Igochuku, Freddie Slater, the young Brit, from Ricky Finn Motorsport. Watch out for him as he's going to be on the inside line just behind the pole sitter. And we've seen throughout the qualifying heats, if you've been with us, that on the first right-hander of this Kartodromo do Algarve, everything's possible for the drivers on the inside and making their way onto the corner number 2 and the first heavy braking zone of this circuit. Nicolas Solov will be alongside him for a DPK Racing team. Harry Bourgogne on Car Republic will be alongside Arvid Lindblad, his teammate, on row number 3. Then we are going to have as well Massimo Capietto and Ian Hickmans, the two teammates of Cosmic Racing Department, with one heat victory for each on row 4. Row 5, Tuukka Taponen, the third best driver of the European Championship, driving for Tony Kart, with Igor Chepil from Car Republic by his side. 3 wins in the heats for Igor Chepil, who unfortunately couldn't confirm with his last heat, still concluded in 4th place, but he was, let's say, handicapped by quite less happy results in this opening heat. But still is in the upper part of the mix. This is the top 10 of your starting grid. Just outside of it, as we said, round row number 6, we'll see Evan Gilter, the young Frenchman from the Saudi Kart factory team. 2 wins for the young Frenchman as well, and one of the potential contenders to keep an eye on in this race. Timotej Kucharczyk by his side. This will be interesting to see what the young Polish driving the Robert Kubica chassis will be able to do in this race. Brando Badoer on row number 7. 1 win for Brando, who was the fastest in the qualifying practice with Car Republic, but not so lucky in his concluding heat, unfortunately. And we shall see what he's going to be able to do on the inside line and from row number 7 with Marcus Luzio, the fast British driver, the 172. By his side. Then we're going to have on row 8 Cosco Nerfan and Alfio Espina, the young Italian, alongside the British driver Ariel Elkin and Rashid Al-Daheri alongside one another, the driver from Parolin, Rashid Al-Daheri, and Ariel Elkin from the VDK Racing Team, Kuni El-Azari from DPK, and Martinus Stanzorm from the Leclerc by Lennox Racing Team will be alongside each other on row 10. Row 11, Jonathan Waymat from Forza Racing alongside Bruno Del Pino from Tony Kart. Then we have Alex Powell from Car Republic and Matheus Ferreira, the young Brazilian, fast Brazilian on Car Republic as well. Conor Zilic, the very first American driver to ever win the FIA Karting Academy Trophy, will be starting on row 13 with Matteo De Paulo alongside him. Row 14, Sonny Smith, watch out for him as well, as he was fast in his concluding heat as well. Zachary David alongside him. Row 15, Matthias Jacobsen, Douwe de Decker, the young Belgian, Dion Gouda from Singapore, one of the drivers from Ricky Finn Motorsport as well. Not so lucky sometimes in some of his heats, but let's see what he can do from row 16 with Alexander Kubenko from the Cosmic driver, who had a bit of an issue in some of his heats and a bit of momentum and places lost in the process as well. But still, we might have a look on his pace into this most decisive race. Row 17, we'll see Maxwell Dutz, one of the pole sitters throughout the season in the European Championship. Maxwell Dutz, the young driver from Parolin, who, as a reminder, finished on the third step of the podium in the closing round of the Academy Trophy last year in Lonato. You might remember that, as he was on pole position in Sarno for round 2 of the European Championship. Maxence Zerbruge, the young Frenchman from VDK Racing, who made it to the final despite retirement in his last qualifying heat, but he was saved in this situation by a tremendous second place in the qualifying heat, the last one of yesterday. And then we're going to have row 18 with Chu Donzono and Eden Neat concluding this beautiful field of 36 names. Thank you for joining us as the drivers make it onto the track. We're going to get ready. This is the formation lap to find the grip, to get acquainted to the track as much as you can. You can see the spray being projected on each other is quite high, so the visibility is very much reduced in those conditions. One other lap, so 2 laps in total for the formation of the grid, and then we'll be good to go. 17 laps to complete in this junior final. This is the FIA Karting World Championship, and wherever you are in the world, thank you for watching, thank you for supporting the best karting drivers in the world, learning the craft, learning the job of possibly future car racing drivers in the years to come. That's the least we can wish those young drivers at the very beginning of the motorsport ladder. But this is already the top of the top, the best competition in the world, and if you're able to shine at this high level of karting competition on the worldwide scene, especially in those conditions, then the world is yours for the years to come. That's the least we can wish, and we're gonna see what's gonna happen during those 17 laps. Nigel Edwards on the start-finish straight, giving the start in just a few moments. Once the light go out, we'll be good to go for the first of two final this afternoon. So thank you for joining us here live from Portimao. I hope that you guys have the popcorn, the drinks, and that you are well seated in the warm environment of your home. Of course, we would have wished to have you guys in numerous numbers with us on track here in Portimao, although the situation didn't allow it, but hopefully we'll be back to normal for next year. In the meantime, let's cheer for the first of two final of the FIA Karting World Championship as the drivers align themselves and pace themselves into the two right-hander, concluding the lap. 1.5 kilometers is the length of the Cartódromo Internacional de Portimao. 16 turns, a very fast-flowing track with different elevations, levels, and a lot of challenges. Once the light go out, we'll be good to race. And the lights go out, and away we go. 17 laps, the first of the two finals of the FIA Karting World Championship is go. And watch out for the first right-hander, and a couple of drivers getting together, I'm afraid. Oh, and a big tussle further back in the field, as we have 5-6 drivers involved in the incident. Unfortunately, as we have, let's try to see who was involved as well. The 110 and yellow flag very logically into the first sector, as we have a bunch of drivers stuck into the mud on the outside of the first sector. And the first corner, you can see, let's try to identify who those drivers were. I think we have Igor Shepil, unfortunately, Evan Gilter as well. Brando Badoer, the pole sitter, who I think is missing as well. And this is a yellow flag, a full course yellow on the entire lap. And here we go, already starting in, unfortunately, not the best of conditions, and they will have a pile of retirements. So we have Igor Chepil, Brando Badoer, as well as Evan Gilter, Kinu Elazari, Alex Powell as well, who's going to have to retire. At least he's missing in the ranking. Let's see if he can actually make his way back onto the track. Sonny Smith, as well as Matthias Jacobsen, Dion Gouda, and Maxence Verbrugge. Unfortunately, we all the drivers are missing on our live timing available on FIAKarting.com. So this might be all the drivers involved in the incidents on the first right-hander. We had, of course, feared that this kind of thing would happen, but I think in the meantime as well, looking by the outside of my speaking booth, Evan Gilter is back on track by the look of it, but at the back end of the grid. So let's have a look at the classification, as all the drivers still have to pace themselves under the yellow flag conditions. The time for the tire barrier to be fixed maybe, and for all the carts and drivers to be taken care of by the marshals on track. And that's a good occasion while we wait for the racing to resume to say again a big thank you to all the marshals and the officials working on track right now. As you can see, the conditions are far from easy. They are very, very difficult indeed, as the rain is getting in intensity, as it seems, as we are still in a slow condition. But the rain is gaining intensity for the past few minutes, and this will make for an even more difficult challenge for all the drivers. As neutral viewers, of course, that this spices up the debates for the junior final, of course. But let's try to have a good race in the best conditions possible. It's still possible in the end that a break can be taken in the course of the race if the conditions become too dangerous for the drivers. We'll see about that. But in the meantime, let's have a look of the drivers who won't be able to continue. As you can see, the marshals doing a great job at pushing all the cars of the unfortunate drivers out of the way. Maxence Verbrugge, Dion Gouda, Matthias Jacobsen, Sonny Smith, Alex Powell, Kinu Elazari, Brando Badoer, and Igor Chepil are some of the names out of this race. And this is the end, I'm afraid, for the FIA Karting World Championship for those drivers who are still missing on our boards. And I think that Evan Gilter was able to get back onto the track here. The young Frenchman was running in 28th and last position, but still in this race. 17 laps and already 2 completed under yellow flag and a yellow pace as well. Just looking outside of my booth, I can see Evan Gilter trying to catch up with the rest of the field, but even though he needs to do that in no time, but not putting himself once again out of the track, because the conditions and the racing line is very, very slippery. There's pretty much no grip at all on this track in those conditions, and all the drivers has just one task in mind: not only getting the best result they can, but also see it through this junior final, make it alive in one piece, shall we say, without any further damage. You can see all the carts on the left side, the inside side of the track, and this fast right-hander is certainly one of the most difficult corners. Not particularly technical, but very fast indeed in qualifying on the dry. All the drivers keep it absolutely flat out in this first sector, because this is important to keep a good momentum after the start in order to position yourself for turn number 2 and 3 and the first few corners of this track. We're going green again as they come across the start-finish line, and I think we're about to resume the junior final as just in front of me. The green flag is being agitated, and we go back to racing. Is it the case all over the track? Yes, a green flag, and I think drivers have been signaled that we are good to go, and the track has been cleared, as it seems, as it's about to be updated on your screen as well. But the green flag, and we're back into racing. The junior final is on once again, and let's have a look at the classification in the meantime, because Freddie Slater had a tremendous start from third to first. At the moment, the young British driver, he loves the wet, he loves this condition, and is in the lead. Christian Ho, the pole sitter, is in second place in front of Harry Burgoyne. Hugo Chukwu, who dropped the position down to fourth in front of Nicolas Tsolov in fifth place. Paseo Capito is sixth, Arvid Lindblad is seven, and Tuka Taponen is eighth in front of Ian Hickmans and Rashid Al-Daheri. What a fantastic first few laps and start, especially for Rashid Al-Daheri, the young driver from Parolin, who made up 8 positions up to the top 10. And another change as Hugo Chukwu is getting ahead of Maceo Capieto, I think it was. We're going to have confirmation as Tsolov lost the position to Harvey Lindblad up into 6th. On your screen, the 102 is happening for the back. Harvey Lindblad in 6th position in front of Nicolas Tsolov. Let's have confirmation as they come across. Lindblad getting ahead of Maceo Capieto, and Tsolov further back under the DPK Racing colours of Alonso Kart. Freddie Slater ahead, half of a second for the British driver, who's trying to increase his gap as much as possible. Of course, Christian Ho, the fastest on track. This will be interesting as he's trying to catch up with the leader as much as possible. Christian Ho, Arvid Lindblad on your picture in 4th and 5th place. The American against the British driver, followed by Maceo Capieto. Tuka Taponen getting past Nicolas Tsolov for 7th place at the moment. As we have Al-Daheri in 9th place, Ian Hickmans in 10th position. 2 positions drop, unfortunately, for the young Belgian of Cosmic Racing Department. And here we go, we get going again into this junior final after the issues of the opening laps. We lost a lot of drivers. If you're joining us right now, this is the junior final of the FIA Karting World Championship taking place in Portugal in tremendous difficult conditions for all those drivers. But in the moment, good job from Freddie Slater. Oh, and some of the Cosmic drivers actually was in trouble for the back. Was it actually Maceo Capieto who just left the track over there in the corner of the picture? But in the meantime, Arvid Lindblad just went past Hugo Chukwu for 4th position. 4th place for Arvid Lindblad, the vice European champion in this junior category, who had such a good start as well of his preparation for this World Championship in the Champions of the Future race last weekend. And he can show actually in what sort of wood is made of into this race. But in the lead of this race, watch out for Christian Ho in 2nd place on your picture on a charging mode behind Freddie Slater. And we're going to see a change for the lead. Oh, it was quite courageous and maybe a bit of tricky for Christian Ho, who crossed this line, tried to surprise Freddie Slater around the inside of the corner 3 and 4, but it didn't go through this time as Slater is defending for 1st position. This is battle for 1st place and a potential world title in the junior class. The battle is on, and Slater has the upper hand for now. But Christian Ho is on his tail, increasing the pressure. The young Singaporean, who has been on a tremendous pace since the start of the weekend, and he goes through. But watch out for Slater, who crosses the line. This is a beautiful battle. As soon as lap 6 of this junior final, Christian Ho cannot hold the 2nd position. And watch out for Arvid Lindblad. Harry Burgoyne, my apologies, who goes through. Harry Burgoyne in 2nd position, a young British driver for Car Republic. He just went through Christian Ho, who's going to try to defend and to keep the pace as much as he can. Otherwise, this will be a bit of a trouble, considering that Harvey Lindblad is in a good rhythm as well behind. Here they come across, watching over his shoulder, Freddie Slater, 0.2 of a second, with Harry Burgoyne, his fellow countryman from Britain, on a charge as well. He's going to try to play for the game, the big game. This is the world title up for grab. This is lap number 7 out of 17. And Slater, Harry Burgoyne, Christian Ho, your top 3 at the moment. Harvey Lindblad further back for 0.7 of a second. He's going to try to catch up as well. Maybe he could take advantage of the situation. And watch out with Christian Ho getting past again. They're side by side with Christian Ho on the inside. And watch out for Lindblad. Lindblad is going through as well. Change of position as well. Harry Burgoyne and Lindblad, the 2 teammates, going side by side and almost touching each other at the advantage of Lindblad in this time around. But Harry Burgoyne stays ahead. What a fantastic race from the 2 Car Republic drivers, but watch out not to take each other out, otherwise this would mean the end, too premature end certainly for you guys in this final. Freddie Slater ahead, trying to increase his gap, and watch out, they keep on battling just behind. Beautiful, Arvid Lindblad on the outside. Harry Burgoyne trying to resist as well as much as he can, but Lindblad is not particularly happy about it. He waves at his teammate, as it seems, because both are losing time as well on the leaders. Freddie Slater, Christian Ho trying to of course, pull away, and they can actually pull away, taking advantage of the battle between the two teammates. And as a result, look at Tukat Taponen, the Tony Kart driver, who's getting close as well. We're going to have a 3-driver battle for third place, because in the lead, Freddie Slater and Christian Ho are pulling away from the rest of the field. And we can see right now Arvin Lindblad getting past Harry Burgoyne. A change for position. Arvin Lindblad in ahead of his teammate for third position, and he still have some time. Of course, he still have some time. A bit 9 laps to go through. Less than that now to before the checkered flag, and the charge mode is on, because the two leaders have just gone away just a little bit. 1 second between Freddie Slater and Christian Ho, and 1.5 second advantage for the Singaporean on Arvin Lindblad. And we've seen Harry Burgoyne, of course, defending his place as much as he could as part of racing. Indeed, the 142 is out of this race. Unfortunately, let's try to see who that is. The 142 further back in the ranking, if I saw correctly. There will be no more racing, unfortunately, for this driver. We'll get back to that in just a second. This is Matheus Ferreira, the 162, my apologies, who was running down in 19th place, and there will be no more final for him, I'm afraid. Conclusion of lap number 8, lap number 9 on the way. This is the junior final, and still nothing is decided. 5,000 of a second, Freddie Slater and Christian Ho, half of a second between those two. You can see actually Christian Ho increasing his pace, even though Arvid Lindblad is the fastest on track in 1 minute 12.7. He's going to try to catch up with the two leaders as well, but does he have enough time? Does he have enough time in the remaining laps of this junior final, even though the conditions are still very much treacherous on this Kartodromo International? The rain keeps on pouring by the look of it outside of the picture, and you can see the spray being projected. Oh, Christian Ho had a bit of a moment over there, but was able to keep everything together. You can see the drivers sliding in those conditions. A beautiful ballet of driving skills from those junior drivers, actually putting together a fantastic show, and the battle for the world title is on. Can Freddie Slater maintain his lead with half of a second less now in front of Christian Ho, who's doing a tremendous job, as we said, since the beginning of the weekend, considering he didn't take part in the European Junior Championship, so not much of a driving time for him throughout the season, but he's come back even more stronger with even more hunger for the win. And right now he's busy showing to the world what he's capable of. The Singaporean coming back on Freddie Slater. Let's have a look at the gap. Still half of a second. See if Freddie Slater avoid any mistake, and if he keeps on going at the same pace, then maybe victory will be his. But we're far from over. We're far from over. This is lap number 10 out of 17. Freddie Slater, Christian Ho, half of a second between those two. Then Arvid Lindblad in third place, Harry Burgoyne in fourth, and a change for the back, beautifully made by Nicolas Solov, getting past Igor Gochukwu, the young American, the European champion, just titled, not in the best of positions, as Nicolas Solov just went ahead on the 109, unfortunately just outside in the barrier. And will this be out for Bruno Del Pino, the young Spaniard from Tony Kart, who just made a mistake over there? Was it a mistake? Was it an incident with another driver? We haven't seen that yet. Maybe in the replay that you guys will be seeing on stream. And watch out for the back, because I think we had Igor Gochukwu getting passed as well by another driver. Let's see who that was, but Igor Gochukwu and Solov still battling for 6th place at the moment, as Igor Gochukwu lost another position to Rashid Al-Dahari. Rashid Al-Dahari, the Pauline driver, getting past the young American, and we have a 4th driver battle on your screen. Beautiful performance from all of these, and watch out, because we have someone, was it Bruno Del Pino, trying to catch up and get back on track from the wrong way outside. Might be it actually, but Bruno Del Pino is still absent of timing, but yeah, he's back on track. I think the young Spaniard from Tony Kart. Let's have a look at the battle. Rashid Al-Dahari under a lot of pressure from Yannick Mans, Marcel Capieto just behind, as well as Ariel Elkin further back. Oscar Irfan in the mix as well. This is battle for the second part of the top 10 on your screen. The number 119 of Nicolas Solov making a good job at the beginning of this race, with still 2 positions lost since the start of the final. And watch out for the battle. Arvin Lindblad trying his way past. Was it Freddie Slater? No, just for the back behind Christian Ho. This is a change for second place, as Arvin Lindblad making his way through for second place. Here we go. Arvin Lindblad on the charge, and just went past Christian Ho. We thought for a moment that the Singaporean had the pace and the momentum to stick with Freddie Slater for the battle in the lead, but Slater was able to increase a bit of his gap and a bit of a wheel banging. Watch out for the front fairing in that case, but those two, Christian Ho and Harvey Lindblad, are battling tooth and nail. This is a battle for second place as Freddie Slater. Could this be his chance at the end of this lap number 11 out of 17? Could this be his chance to pull away once and for good and secure that world title victory? We're not sure yet, we're not there yet. Let's have a look at the gap, 1.7 seconds already, so quite a big of a gap, as you can see, between Slater and Harvey Lindblad. Both Lindblad and Christian Ho, of course, lost both momentum and time into the battle for second, but right now Harvey Lindblad, who came second in the European Championship, is once again second in this race. But can he actually improve one position, or at least do whatever he can to keep that vice champion title in front of Ugo Iguchuku? On your screen, Ari Burgoyne and Tuukka Taponen, a big explanation as well. Tuukka Taponen, who made up 4 positions all the way up to the top 5. He wants for more, of course. He wants another place gained. Certainly, Ari Burgoyne is up for grab. He's not just in sight. Let's have a look. Less than a half of a second between those two on the previous lap. At the moment, all gaps are being tight, and the only one that has nothing to worry about at the moment is Freddie Slater, who took advantage of the battle behind him to pull away and maybe not to be caught again. We shall see about that, but we're getting near the conclusion of this junior final already. In a couple of laps, we will have a new FIA Karting World Champion. Last time around in this junior class, we had Thomas ten Brieke, who went on to win the title in Jarama before making his way up to a Spanish Formula 4 single-seater for the 2020 season. So Thomas ten Brieke wasn't with us this year to defend his crown. And could it be the door wide open for this young man on your picture, Freddie Slater, the 107 from Ricky Fried Motorsport? A couple of years back, Ricky Fried Motorsport won the title as well with Lando Norris back in the day. The young British driver from McLaren, the only of the 20 Formula 1 drivers on the Korean grid to have won the world title in karting in direct drive classes. And can we actually see Freddie Slater do the same as his fellow countrymen a few years back and win under the same colors the supreme title of the karting international scene? We shall see about that, but Slater has been producing a very courageous and very well-handled race so far. They still have a 1.3 second advantage on Harvey Lindblad, but Lindblad has still something to say in this race. He just decreased his gap. Watch out for the evolution of the track as well, as the rain has stopped for the moment on the International Kartodromo do Algarve. Freddie Slater in the lead. It's of course too soon and still too cold around for having any drawing line at the moment. Still very, very slippery conditions. But Slater, let's have a look at the gap as they come across the start-finish straight in front of us. This is lap 14, just done right now. 14, lap number 14 out of 17. We're getting near checkered flag and there's not much time remaining. 1 second, 0.3 of a second down is the gap between Freddie Slater and Harvey Lindblad. Can Lindblad make it through the end and catch up with Freddie Slater? The battle is on and this will be fantastic to follow all the way through the end of this final. Christian Ho in third place with 1.1 second behind Harvey Lindblad. It seems to me that Christian Ho, after battling brilliantly in the first part of this race, might not have enough momentum to keep to stay behind Harvey Lindblad. Lindblad on the charge right now. He sees the target in front of him. This is Freddie Slater, but can he actually turn this race upside down? And shall we see a late move as we've seen happening in some of the previous qualifying heats? Sometimes the winners that we thought were secured in the last lap went for a spin, did a mistake, or sometimes were overtaken in just the last few corners. Anything can still happen, especially in those conditions. And ever since the start of this weekend of the World Championship, it has been absolutely wide open between all the junior drivers to split. There's just a couple of points at the end of the qualifying heat. So it was very, very difficult to point out a potential contender, to point out at a favorite in the end of this weekend. But right now, Freddie Slater has the upper hand, but can actually Harvey Lindblad trying to decrease his gap more and more? We're getting near the checkered flag, less than 2 laps to go, and still 1 second between Freddie Slater and Harvey Lindblad. On third place, Christian Ho, Ari Burgoyne in fourth, fifth place for Tuukka Taponen, sixth place for Ugo Iguchuku in front of Massimo Capieto, Nicolas Tsolov, Rachid Al-Daheri, and 10th place for Ariel Elkin, who pulled off a 7th place recovery up to the top 10. On your screen, the 161 of Christian Ho, who was certainly hoping to be in the lead, especially after his tremendous run of heats and his pole position. But once again, even though you're putting all the puzzle pieces all together to have a great weekend. The most decisive race, the one that counts, the one that can crown you world champion, is this very race, the final one. This is one thing to get it to the final. This is another one to be able to confirm or to emerge in this very last race. And at the moment, Freddie Slater might have the upper hand. He's still in the lead, the young Brit, for a second advantage on Harvey Lindblad, with this man, Christian Ho, in third position. Here they come across soon the start-finish straight, as we're going to enter the penultimate lap. The checkered flag is near, and Freddie Slater knows it. All the drivers know it as well, with the panel that is being shown to them on the start-finish straight. Here we go. This is lap 15 completed into lap 16, and look out for the battle behind between Ugo Ugochukwu and Nikola Tsolov. They're side by side almost, as Tsolov is going to try to go around the European champion. There's a battle for 7 further back. Here they come into the right-hander, the one that proved to be so costly for so many drivers into the opening lap, with some of the expected favorites in this race that we lost. And Tsolov goes around the inside, beautifully made by the DPK Racing driver. Nikola Tsolov is ahead, but watch out for Ugo Ugochukwu, as Tsolov made just a tiny mistake outside of the corner, putting 2 wheels just outside of the track. But behind, Rashid Al-Daheri is making a comeback as well. Those 3 drivers are just side by side, sliding into the corners. Beautiful driving skills shown by those 3 drivers, with Tsolov in the hand the advantage of Ugo Ugochukwu, with Tsolov 7, Ugo Ugochukwu 8, Rashid Al-Daheri in 9th place in front of Ian Aikmans, Ariel Elkid, my apologies, in front of Ian Aikmans in 10th and 11th. And here he goes, Rashid Al-Daheri. Let's keep an eye on those 2 as well, as Rashid Al-Daheri just made his way past Ugo Ugochukwu for 8th position. This will be one of the last tight battles, certainly, as Tsolov is still under pressure from Rashid Al-Daheri on a charge as well. Rashid Al-Daheri, who sees a potential top 7 up for grab. This is the final lap in the meantime. Final lap, ladies and gentlemen, and Freddie Slater still have half of a second advantage on Harvey Lindblad, with Christian Ho in 3rd place. Can we see? Oh, there's a change! There's a change for the lead in the very last lap. Harvey Lindblad getting past Freddie Slater. What just happened there? We had a decrease of half of a second in the last lap. Freddie Slater just lost 1st position at the potential world title in the very last lap of this race. Incredible turn of event. Harvey Lindblad just made his way through. Can he actually hold for the 1st position? Watch out for Christian Ho. This race could be turned upside down in just the last few corners. Harvey Lindblad watching over his head to see where Freddie Slater is. He's right side by side. Christian Ho is around the outside. He's being pushed out of the track. This is game over, I'm afraid, for Christian Ho. And Slater back in 1st position in front of Lindblad. These are just the last few corners, the last sector of this track. Can Freddie Slater hold on to the 1st position in front of Lindblad? This will be a photo finish arrival, certainly, but Slater is ahead. Watch out for Lindblad going around the inside. Can he actually hold it? They're going to be side by side into the last corner. Around the inside as well. Slater can hold it. Then goes back in 1st position. Checkered flag. Who will win? Freddie Slater is world champion. Incredible finish of this junior final. Incredible finish. 75,000th of a second between Freddie Slater and Harvey Lindblad. What a finish of a race that was. What a fantastic final lap and battle. But Freddie Slater was able to hold it to the lead round on the last corner, the inside of the very last corner, and Freddie Slater wins the 2020 FIA Karting World Championship in the junior class. Congratulations not only to you, Freddie Slater, but to Harvey Lindblad as well, for a fantastic charging race in the end, and 2 drivers out in the last lap. And no, this is something that we don't want to see, gentlemen. Please try to behave yourself, even though this is a bit disappointing in the last lap with those 2 drivers coming together. We'll try to identify who that was in just a minute. But conclusion on the edge. Fantastic conclusion of the junior final with the victory of Freddie Slater. Harvey Lindblad for just 75,000 of a second to Kataponen on the podium in front of Harry Burgoyne. They switched position as well in the closing stages of this race. 5th place for Christian Ho, who lost everything on the podium after the tangle in the last lap. 5th place for Christian Ho. Massimo Chiappieto is 6, Nikola Tsolov is 7, Rashid Al-Daheri is 8 in front of Ugo Ugochukwu, Ariel Elkin is 10, Ian Aikmans is 11 outside the top 10 in front of Alexander Kumenko, Kostku Nirvan, Ciudo Zono, Marty de Stenzone, Alfio Spina, 17th place for Maxwell Dutz in front of Jonathan Waymat, Timothy Kucharczyk, Aidan Neat, Zachary David, 22nd position for Marcus Luzio in front of Doide de Decker, Evan Gilter and Bruno Delpino. A big list of drivers, and we have the 120 on your screen that went together in the last lap of this race. Let's try to see who that was in the end, the 120, the 114 that actually were able to see the checkered flag, as we're gonna Maxwell Dodds and Alfio Spina, unfortunately, who couldn't conclude this junior final. In the list of retirement, Max Anzor-Bruges, Dion Gouda, Matthias Jacobsen, Sonny Smith, Alex Powell, Kinu Alazari, Brandon Badoer, Igor Chipil, Conor Zilic, Matteo De Parlo, Matheus Ferreira, all the list of retired drivers. Let's have a look at this fantastic junior final in the replay, and in just a few moments, let's celebrate the top 3 of the Junior FIA Karting World Championship. See you in just a few moments for the podium.
finish of the
Ladies and gentlemen, we are being ready for the first of the two podium ceremonies of the afternoon. We're going to crown the 2020 FIA Karting World Champion in the junior class, as well as the driver in second and third place. I hope that everybody's ready and everybody had the time to catch your breath before this fantastic final. I'm going to call, first of all, the driver who is classified in third position. He's from the UK. Round of applause, please, for Harry Burgoyne. Congratulations, Harry. Beautiful race altogether. A bit of a change in the end in the classification, but still a well-deserved third place for Harry Burgoyne. Second place of this junior final is from Finland. Please welcome Tuukka Tapanen. Beautiful performance for Tuukka. Third best in the European Championship and now a vice champion of the world. Ladies and gentlemen, please, your biggest round of applause for our new junior world champion from the UK, Freddie Slater. Congratulations, Freddie. He's going to be joined on the podium by the team manager of Ricky Flynn Motorsport, Mr. Ricky Flynn himself, that will be joining the drivers for the national anthem as well. We're going to have the officials present today. The president of the FIA Karting Federation, Mr. Felipe Massa. Please, round of applause for Felipe Massa, president of the FIA Karting Federation, as well as Mr. Ni Amorim, president of the Portuguese Federation. Please, round of applause for Mr. Felipe Massa and Ni Amorim, as well as Mr. Ricky Flynn, team manager of Ricky Flynn Motorsport. Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem for the UK, God Save the Queen, for Freddie Slater, please. Congratulations to the three of you. Fantastic junior final. Third of this fantastic race, Harry Burgoyne. You can raise your trophy, Harry. This is well deserved. The second position, Tuukka Tapanen. Ladies and gentlemen, our new world karting champion in the junior class, Mr. Freddie Slater. Congratulations, you guys. Beautiful achievement from the entire Ricky Flynn Motorsport team. This is the first of two finals that we had the pleasure of following this afternoon. And what a fantastic race from the three of you guys. We're going to have the flowers as well. You can raise the flowers, gentlemen, as well for the final photos, trophies, and flowers for a well-deserved performance. Congratulations. Don't forget to smile behind the mask and raise the trophies up in the air. Of course, in a few moments, ladies and gentlemen, get ready for the OK final coming up your way and the rest of the program. We're going to ask, of course, Mr. Felipe Massa and Mr. Nim Amorim to leave the drivers for the champagne shower in just a few seconds. This is well-deserved. Thank you, gentlemen. And now, for the Junior World Karting Championship, the champagne! And now comes out the sun. We couldn't have a better moment for the sun to shine on the junior podium of the World FIA Karting Championship. Congratulations. Third place, Harry Burgoyne. Second place, Tuukka Tapanen. And our new world champion for 2020, Freddie Slater. Congratulations, guys. Job well done. Stay with us wherever you are watching on in the world, and we'll get back to you in just a few moments for the OK final. 20 laps to decide who will be crowned second biggest winner of the year in just a few moments.
Every day, 3,500 lives are lost on roads around the world. Driving can be dangerous, but there are simple rules we can follow that will make our roads safer and save lives. Slow down for kids. Don't text and drive. Always pay attention. Obey the speed limits. Stop when you are tired. Never drink and drive. Check your tires. Rules keep us alive.
Your life is in your hands. Respect the rules.
Every day, 3,500 lives are lost on roads around the world. Driving can be dangerous, but there are simple rules we can follow that will make our roads safer and save lives. Slow down for kids. Don't text and drive. Always pay attention. Obey the speed limits. Stop when you are tired. Never drink and drive. Check your tires. Rules keep us alive.
Your life is in your hands. Respect the rules.
And we're back live, ladies and gentlemen. What a first fantastic final we witnessed just a few moments ago on the International Kartodromo do Algarve. What a race. And as you can see right now, the pre-grid for the OK final coming up, 20 laps to decide who will be crowned 2020 FIA Karting World Champion in the senior category. And you might not see it quite clearly yet on the pre-grid on your screen, but the sun is back with us quite and surprisingly, shall I say, the sun was back just for the podium that you guys followed, I'm sure, on the live stream. The podium of the junior class with a bit of a change, as you might have guessed as well by watching the ceremony, as we had Harry Burgoyne classified in third place, to Kataponen being classified and promoted to second position behind Freddie Slater, the winner of the 2020 FIA Karting Championship title in junior. What a beautiful podium, and what a great achievement from the entire Ricky Flint Motorsport team, as well as from Tony Kart in second position. Beautifully made from everybody in the junior class. Of course, the drivers, now that you have completed your program of the FIA Karting World Championship, don't forget to come back, pick up your licenses at the main hospitality of the paddock, as well as to bring back your transponders. Thank you. In the meantime, once again, a reminder to keep your social distancing as much as possible wherever you are on track, inside and outside the facilities, as well as keep on wearing the mask all over the place here on the Cartodromo Internacional de Algarve, the theater of beautiful racing. We had a tremendous explanation for the win between Harvard Lindblad and Freddie Slater. It turns out in the end that there was a penalty involved for Harvard Lindblad, who wasn't appearing on the podium. In the end, we'll get you posted about that in just a few moments. Once the official the definitive classification of the junior final will be published, you can find it on the FIA Karting official website, fiakarting.com, as well as the social media of the FIA Karting Championship, FIA Karting Championship on Facebook and Instagram, as well as the official YouTube channel of the best of karting competition. So make sure to tune in, because we have one more race to go, and the 36 actors of this race are just before your very eyes. They are lining up on the pre-grid, and in just a few moments at 2:55, so in a bit less than 10 minutes, we'll be ready for another 20 laps. After 17 in the junior, 20 laps this time around of pure excitement. The wet tires are still very much the preferred choice of the drivers, even though the track might be starting to dry out. The sun is back with us, still very cloudy above our heads, but we've just had a rise in temperatures, which means that if it stays like this throughout the course of the final in the next few minutes, then we could have an end of the race, who knows, on a drying track. We're not there yet, but still very slippery conditions and uncertain track conditions, and this might not be what the drivers are most up to, as they would much more prefer to have a fully dry or fully wet tarmac to tackle the race. Right now we're going to be a little bit in between, so let's see how the grip level will be evolving in the coming laps. But right now the 36 actors of the OK final are patiently waiting on the pre-grid. We had the podium of the junior class just a few moments ago. We're going to have once again the podium ceremony at the end of this final coming up in just a few moments for you guys. Thank you once again for tuning in wherever you are in the world. We are live from Portugal, the south of the country, in the Algarve region. I wish you guys, of course, could be with us to witness the action on location as well. Unfortunately, the sanitary precautions due to the international and local context decided otherwise, but I'm sure that we can count on you guys in numerous numbers outside in the world live, tuning in for the FIA Karting World Championship, the pinnacle of all racing events on the international karting scene. Without further ado, while we're waiting for the drivers to be shown the green flag and make their way onto the track for 20 laps of rage and solid battles, certainly, let's have a quick look around the starting grid of this final. It's going to be starting on the front row and the left side of your picture, the right side of the track. His name is Telo Barnard, and I'm sure that you might have heard this name on numerous occasions throughout the last few seasons in karting. Telo Barnard, the Vice European champion behind Andrea Antonelli, who just missed the first title of the year for just 2 points against the young Italian. This time around, he has another golden opportunity to claim the Supreme title. Came close to do so last year in 2019. You might remember this fantastic OK final in Alabama, disputed as well in a very difficult conditions on the drying track. It was very uncertain as well, as much as it is here in Portugal. So once again, the same conditions, and we might have the same two actors battling along for the world title. We'll be with Lorenzo Trovisanuto just behind Telo Barnard from third on the grid. This will be absolutely a golden battle coming in, because Troy Zanuto is the two-time OK World Champion, the reigning man, the man on form as well throughout this World Championship weekend with his new Parolin colors. Parolin Racing Car, the new team for the past few weeks, obviously for Lorenzo Trevisanotto, who finished, as you can guess, third overall in the classification after the qualifying heats. Qualifying heats where Telo Barnard, the pole sitter, made the most of his performance and his weekend with 3 wins out of 4 attempts. 5th place in difficult conditions this morning as it was pouring rain on a very difficult track. The rain had come back during lunchtime, as we talked about just previously, and didn't leave us for most of the junior final. But this time, it just stopped before the podium ceremony. Thank God, actually, we were able to have this celebration in the dry conditions, pretty much, not at least with the rain pouring above our heads, and we were able to celebrate the junior winners the way they deserve. Right now, Taylor Barnard with 3 wins out of 4 in front of Callum Bradshaw, the number 22 on the right side of the picture, the standard bearer, the fastest when it comes to results so far this weekend of the Tony Kart Racing team. This is a full British front line. We had a British winner in the junior class. Should we have another victory this weekend for one of the drivers of the United Kingdom? We shall see about that. But Callum Bradshaw with 1 win in the closing heat, as well as a couple of other results, as well as 2nd and 4th places, put him up front the field. Lorenzo Trevisanotto will be alongside Pedro Hilbrand on row 2 on the grid. A beautiful looking second row as well for the two-time world champion and the former OK World Champion as well, Pedro Hilbrand, back in 2016. One of the drivers, as well as Trevisanotto, who going back to 2016, had a bit of experience from this track. Pedro Hilbrand, who ended up on the podium on this very track back in 2016 in the European Championship behind Tom Joyner and Ben Hanley. Back in the day, we had the European Championship OK Junior with victories for Tom Joyner and the Frenchman Victor Martins, who would go on to win the world title in the class, the junior class that year. Before that, in 2015, it was the first visit on the track of Portimao for the European Championship. The same categories at the time, they were called KF and KF Junior, and Ben Hanley had taken the win in KF, and Kenny Rossens, the Belgian, in Junior. This is for the statistics, this is for history, and history is happening and being written right here, right now, this weekend. We had Freddie Slater offering Ricky Flynn Motorsport another World Championship title years after his fellow countryman Lando Norris did the same in a brilliant fashion. We all know what happened afterwards to Lando Norris, the only of the 20 current F1 drivers on the grid to have won the title in this, the world title in this very class. And we could see maybe some others joining them in the years to come. But right now, one need the results, one need to shine under the sun of Portugal. The sun is back with us, and who can actually take the title this year? Could we see a third title in a row for Lorenzo Trevisanotto? Is going to have a lot of work to do with Hilbrand by his side. On row 3, Markus Kayak, one of the true revelations of this weekend, the young Estonian. As is going to start with the 68 just behind Trevisanotto. You can actually see on your picture, on the left side of your picture, Mr. Felipe Massa, the president of the FIA Karting Federation that you also saw on the podium, celebrating the junior drivers, as well as Mr. Nim Amorim, the president of the Portuguese Karting Federation. So thank you once again for being present, for witnessing the performance of the best karting drivers in the world. We have as well Mr. Peter Bayer, the Chief Secretary of the FIA in Motorsport. We have also the Executive Secretary of the FIA Karting Federation, Mr. Kayo Baraid, all here to paying close attention, of course, to the competition on track and to the good running of the FIA Karting World Championship that so far has been a tremendous event, not only on track but outside of it, considering the difficult context, of course, outside of that, on that little bubble that we find ourselves in since the start of the competition. Those drivers of the OK class had the occasion to get acquainted, get used to the layout of the Cartodromo do Algarve for the past few weeks now in practice time with their own team, as well as during the preparation race of last weekend, promoted by RGMMC as well. So a lot of practice time, as well as in those wet conditions during the free practice and qualifying of Friday, a bit in the warm-up. But right now, this is once again a brand new challenge This is wet, but it's going to be dry, or at least trying to dry out as much as we go through the final. But this is not just one other qualifying heat. This is the most important of all races. This is the final of the OK class, and there's certainly more than one contender that can bring on the title home. Ricci Coluccio and Joe Turney will be certainly among those potential contenders for the win from row 4 on the grid. Joe Turney, who managed to finish on the podium of the European Championship behind Andrea Kimi Antonelli and Tilo Barnard. Speaking of Antonelli, the reigning European champion will be starting from row 5 on the grid with Danny Kirl, another former winner of this competition back in 2017 alongside him. Josep Martí Sopravera and Rafael Chavez Camara will be alongside each other on row 6, followed by Nikita Bedrin, the fast Russian from World Racing, that didn't have all the time the best outcome in his qualifying heat, with Nikita Brenner's best results being 4th place, although he had 2 more difficult races that might mean why he's starting from further back on the grid. But let's see what happens. Let's see what he's capable of, as well as Juho Valtanen from Pantano team, one of the fastest drivers in this field. Juho Valtanen, who actually did some good things as well throughout the season, winning on different soil as well as in Drera against the others of the OK Junior, the OK European Championship. Apologies. Then further back on the grid, we have Matheus Morgato and Matthias Salonen in 8th place. 9th row on the grid is Alexander Dunn and Lorenzo Patrese. Row number 10, Christian Bertuccia and Charlie Wurz. Then we have Nicolas Pirtilati as Casper Jansson alongside each other on row 11. Row 12, Lawrence Van Upen and Oli Vieiragalli. Row 13, Nico Ante and Caius Signelis, as well as on row 14, Rasmus Jucimis and Dylan Ovantov. Watch out as well for the fast Dutchman of the Forza Racing team, who has been collecting a pile of places all throughout the qualifying heats after difficult qualifying. He's going to be starting from row 14, as you can see the starting grid on your screen. Row 15, James Walton, the fast driver from Australia, driving for Powerlane. Maya Jung, one of the lady drivers competing in the FIA Karting World Championship. And we have some trouble already for the number 45, just behind your grid. What just happened there? Let's have a look and see who is concerned. The number 45, starting further back in the grid, this is Lorenzo Patrese. Lorenzo Patrese, unfortunately, who had some trouble starting his engine and getting out of the pre-grid. Let's see if he was able to get onto the track. I think it is. I can see it at the back end of the grid, but he's still got some time to catch up with the group and find his place back in the starting grid. Maya Wing, a quick word about the lady driver from the Netherlands as well as from Belgium, but with some Spanish background. Maya Wing, who's going to be on a flight back to Italy and Fiorano tomorrow, because he's going to be participating in the later stages of a special course organized by the Ferrari Driver Academy, with maybe a 1-year contract with the Scuderia Ferrari. So congratulations already to Maya for making it all the way through these last stages of the course. Right now, another challenge up for grab, making it through as well and doing good in the best karting race in the world. Axel Sarniala and Ruben Moya Lopez will be starting from row 16 in front of William Silverholm, Franz-Emil Sariavi, as well, and Enzo Trulli and Florian Rousseau Ricci, completing the grid of 36 competitors. Here they come for their second warm-up laps, shall we say. The first one to get tires up to temperatures, to try to find your grip, find yourself comfortable on the track, and then get in the grid into formation. As you can see right now on your screen, there's some parts of the track that are more wet than others, and this should definitely affect the balance of those drivers, the pace of the field, as well as they're going to have to fight against evolving track conditions and a different level of grip throughout the track. Special track, as we said, fast flowing with different level of elevations, and due to the temperatures, even though the humidity is very high, it's still quite hot. It's not that cold actually when we were doing the podium, so this means that we could actually have a racing line drying out a bit faster than expected, which was not entirely the case throughout Friday and during the qualifying practice. It's also due to the different elevation levels of this track as well, making it sometimes difficult for the racing line to dry as fast as on the other parts. Right now, the 36 actors of the biggest karting race in the world are getting into formation. in just a couple of seconds. Once the light go out, we're going to be good to go. The lights go out, and away we go. Once again, the FIA Karting World Championship, okay, is go. And a good start seems to be from Callum Bradshaw and Pedro Hilbert to the Tony Car driver, and some of the drivers around the inside of the track. And once again, a bit tangled further back in the field, and 4 drivers involved as well. One of the energy drivers, the 25, got involved as well, and he's going to be stuck. This is Alexander Dunn, I'm afraid, the Irish driver from Energy, who won't be going any longer into this OK final. Watch out for the field, still very, very tight. Just let's make it through the first lap into one piece, which wasn't the case as well for Matheus Morgato, Lorenzo Patrese, as well as Alexander Dunn was able to get back on track, was he? Let's have a look now. I think he's still stuck in the mud, and we had Casper Janssen involved in this open lap incident. Unfortunately, once again, a very, very tight field at full speed pretty much into the right-hander, and once again the penalty has been very, very costly for some of the drivers, and you can see Lorenzo Patrese unfortunately out of this race before he even got started for the Young Car Republic driver. Such a shame for young Lorenzo Patrese. Let's go for the final of the OK class. Get going here on the International Cartodromo de Algarve. Here we go. One lap completed under the leadership of Callum Bradshaw. Callum Bradshaw, the young British driver, up in the lead in front of Pedro Hilbrand. Taylor Barnard in 3rd place. 4th place for Morgan Porter. 5th place for Danny Kehl in front of Luigi Coluccio, Valtanen, Kayak, Bertuccia, Joseph Martin Soprabera. And what happened to Andrea Kimi Antonelli as well? He was out of this race. Oh, and a bit of a contact just in front of us with Andrea Kimi Antonelli is out of this race. Antonelli is out of this race, and this is a red flag. A red flag. It just happened just in front of us as we were focusing on what's happening on track as on the classification, but the red flag is being waved, and the final of the OK class is being interrupted as we speak. Right now, interruption to the red flag, as we have a couple of drivers who went together on the start-finish straight at the end of the opening lap, and Andrea Kimi Antonelli over there, the number 1, the reigning European champion, involved as well. I was wondering where actually had disappeared in the ranking, but there's your reason. Florian Russo-Ricci and Caio Signelis as well involved in the incident, and number 17 and the number 16 as well. Let's start to identify who are the others. So we have in total, Maya Weng, unfortunately, is involved as well. The number 16 of Dilano Vanthoff, the 2 Dutchman drivers, unfortunately went together. I wonder what happened over there, but as a result, Maya Weng, Dilano Vanthoff, and Andrea Kimi Antonelli involved in the issue and out of this race, as it seems. Now, you cannot see it on screen right now, but the officials are on track, and Andrea Kimi Antonelli is still in his cart. Is talking to the officials, talking to the marshals, but all precautions have to be taken in such circumstances. But in the meantime, this is red flag, and all the security precautions are being taken right now. All the drivers are being stopped onto the start-finish straight. As you're going to see on the left side of the picture, the grid is being formed as it was at the end of the lap. So, red flag. And we're going to have a short break, ladies and gentlemen, and then we'll be back in just a few moments for the pursuit of the OK final.
Every day, 3,500 lives are lost on roads around the world. Driving can be dangerous, but there are simple rules we can follow that will make our roads safer and save lives. Slow down for kids. Don't text and drive. Always pay attention. Obey the speed limits. Stop when you are tired. Never drink and drive. Check your tires. Rules keep us alive.
Your life is in your hands. Respect the rules.
Every day, 3,500 lives are lost on roads around the world. Driving can be dangerous, but there are simple rules we can follow that will make our roads safer and save lives. Slow down for kids. Don't text and drive. Always pay attention. Obey the speed limits. Stop when you are tired. Never drink and drive. Check your tires. Rules keep us alive.
Your life is in your hands. Respect the rules.
Our preparation have been very well. We have been here well in time to prepare for the race, and I feel that we are practically ready as we should be. Of course, we wish it would be a sunny day today, but we are just trying to use the possibility to go well in this condition as well. No, but they have been practicing in rain condition many times before. It's just to settle into the track here. There is always people who is favorites in the rain condition, and they will for sure be in the top, and we try to follow them as good as we can. Our season 2020, in the beginning it was looking probably as our best season ever in any aspect. We had a good preparation before the season and have been working hard before we had the break. And during the break period we have, of course, everybody have stayed home to manage the situation there. And in our country, they never locked down the country, so a lot of people could not race, but they went to practice every single weekend during the whole lockdown. So we have been busy taking care of that in the meantime when we were waiting for the international season to start again. I want everybody to have a good fight. Of course, best man will win. And I hope that we can be in the fight as well. But I wish everybody good luck and take care of themselves and be happy.
2020 has been difficult. It's been particularly difficult for us at CRG. We haven't had the results that we were hoping for. These race weekends really are just a showcase of the work that we are doing back at the factory and in preparation to the events. We have lots of different nationalities within our team under the 10. It's challenging, but it's great. It's very international. We get along very well. It's like a big family, really. Very well together. It's an awesome team. And I can only call myself privileged to actually be part of it. Well, much like the other big teams, we try to use opportunities to develop the material, to develop the drivers also, to always improve in certain areas, whether it's technologically, whether it's with even this, in parentheses, schooling of our mechanics. We want to improve in every part, and together with our partners, whether it's the engine manufacturer, whether it's the tire manufacturer, we try to establish very close relationships with them. And in this teamwork, we try to excel and ultimately, celebrate success on the track. Well, the best advice that we can give is to keep the kart within the white lines, on the gray area, which is the tarmac. But at the end of the day, really, it's up to the driver to decide which line to take, where to overtake, how to start and everything. He has to work well with his mechanics. He has to be able to communicate to the engineers what he wants to improve on the kart to ultimately get the best lap time possible. I guess 2020 has been a very particular year for everybody, not only the motorsports community, but all over the world. And we feel with everybody who's suffering also the consequences of COVID. We had to also wait how it developed. Ultimately, we had very good guidance also from the FIA. Right here, I must say the preparations for COVID have been very well, very meticulous. We're happy to be part of this organization. We try to obviously contain the spread of the COVID virus. 2021, it's really all in the preparation. We hope to be able to prepare ourselves so well for the 2021 season that we'll be back with a vengeance.
And welcome back live from the International Kartodromo de Algarve, the theater of the FIA Karting World Championship for the OK and the junior class. Thank you for staying with us during this break, as we have all the drivers getting back to Parc Fermé now, waiting for further instructions to go back onto racing. Right now, we don't have much information to share with you guys, as if you were with us before, we had a red flag interrupting the race and the proceedings as well. The drivers were stopped onto the start-finish line on the starting grid on the outside of the last corner, waiting for further instructions from the officials. And as you can see, they had to go around the start-finish line and gathering all together with the mechanics. And right now we're waiting for further instructions, and we'll keep you posted when we can resume the OK final of the 2020 FIA Karting World Championship. Before the interruption, the classification, as you can see it on FIAKarting.com, is right now fixed to the classification we have at the end of the opening lap. And Telo Barnard was leading the field in front of Callum Bradshaw. It was a bit of a messy opening lap with a couple of drivers out of this race at a very early stage. And we'll, of course, update the classification as soon as we get back on track. But at the moment, Telo Barnard was leading, and we shall see if they're going to decide to start again with the same classification at the end of the lap 1, or put everybody back according to the lap times to their positions at the end of the qualifying heats. This should be happening in just a few moments. Thank you for staying with us. This is part of racing as well, to have that kind of interruption. But as you can see, the action is buzzing at in the Parc Fermé of the International Cartodromo. But Telo Barnard was leading the field before the interruption in front of Callum Bradshaw as well. It was Callum Bradshaw, my apologies, was leading the way as the classification got updated just right now with the order of the starting grid. So presumably, since we only completed the first lap, the grid will be put back in order according to the results of the qualifying heats. We shall have confirmation of that in just a few moments. But in the meantime, the machinery are being taken care of, and the drivers can actually take advantage of those few moments to catch their breath after this very intense start of the OK final. Telo Barnard will start on pole position once we got confirmation that this will be indeed the procedure. But Callum Bradshaw had said had inherited of the pole position, shall we say, after these tremendous results in the qualifying heats with 3 victories out of 4 and a 5th place to conclude his day. He was due to start ahead of the pack with Callum Bradshaw by his side, Travis Zanuto and Pedro Hilbrand on row 2. We shall see who's going to be able to take part in the start number 2, because it was a bit of a messy opening lap with some of the contenders actually falling down the order. And you might have seen as well Travis Zanuto running into some issues as well. So we shall see about the classification and the starting group we're going to have, but we won't have as many drivers as we had at the start. Let's see what's going to happen in the coming minutes. Thank you for joining us. This is live from Portugal, and the weather right now still keeps on improving. No more rain, hopefully, in the coming minutes, allowing the track to dry out in the few minutes as well, at least on the racing line. But the wet tires will be once again on for the competitors of the OK final, the race of the race, the pinnacle event of the 2020 season. Let's get through once again the results of the qualifying heats. We had a total of 25 qualifying races in the 2 categories, 10 in total for the OK class. 74 drivers entered the competition promoted by RGMMC here in Portugal. And Telo Barnard was the man on form at the end of the qualifying heat with 3 victories, and he was leading the classification this morning. You heard him as well if you were with us earlier in the live stream, but his reaction is also available on Instagram and the official Facebook page of FIA Karting Championship. You could hear Telo Barnard, the provisional leader of yesterday, as well as in the junior class. You had Christian Ho from the junior category. Let's take a bit of a break as well with the OK class, and let's give you the classification of the junior final, if you will. Let's have a look at the updated results of the OK final, if they are being updated already, but not yet quite the results as I'm looking right now at my screen. This is still subject to scrutineering and sporting investigations, so we shall not go through those results quite yet. But if you had followed with us the podium ceremony of the junior final, you would have noticed that one driver was missing from the top 3 results on track. Harvey Lindblad was penalized just after the conclusion of the junior final, 5-second penalty as it seems, and promoting on the 3rd on the second step of the podium. First of all, to Taponen, as well as Harry Burgoyne, who crossed the line in 4th place and then was promoted onto the third and final step of the podium. Behind Freddie Slater, the young British driver, one thing is for certain is that the Ricky Flynn motorsport driver put on a fantastic performance all throughout the weekend and was able to maintain his momentum into the final of the finals, getting 2 places from row number 2. And despite the difficult conditions all throughout the race, you saw the replay in just after the first race. Freddie Slater was able to maintain his advantage despite Freddie Slater's Avril Lindblad, my apologies, fantastic comeback as well in the closing stages of the race. At some point, we would have thought that Slater had enough of a gap and would have been able to keep his momentum until the checkered flag without being annoyed and without being chased too much by the opponents behind. But Avril Lindblad was able to improve his pace and really get going with the chase. He just came back on the tail of Freddie Slater for a tremendous battle into the closing stages. In the last lap, the trophy of the World Championship just switched places, switched hands, went to Lindblad for just a few moments before Freddie Slater was able to dive around the inside of the British driver into the very last corner of the track. A fantastic conclusion for a tremendous junior race here in the World FIA Karting Championship. We're about to have as much as excitement as possible for the OK class as well. The race got started pretty impressively, and as you can see, we're gonna have the order of the grid. So the kart and the mechanics are putting the kart back into the starting positions that they had before the start of the race. So confirmation with Callum Bradshaw, 22 from Tony Kart, who's gonna be starting from the front row of the grid. And according to the regulations of the FIA Karting Championship, since we only completed 1 lap, all the drivers that retired actually are allowed to get back onto the track and have the second chassis being prepared. So we have Travis Anuto, who tumbled down the order in the opening lap. We're still wondering what happened to the 2-time OK world champion, as we ran into some trouble, as we said, and we completely lost sight of him, as well as for some of the drivers into the upper part of the field. But Travis Anuto is well back on this grid, and we'll have a look as well on the drivers that are going to be able to take part in the OK final, the start number 2. And I think the distance of the race will stay of 20 laps indeed. We're back to normal. I mean, taking everything and starting from scratch again after the events of the first start. Some drivers will be missing in this final. And we are yet to have more information to communicate to you in during the coming minutes. We'll keep you posted, of course. But in the meantime, let's focus on the task at hand and the OK final coming up here in Portimao. The International Kartodromo of the Algarve, built in 2010. It's been a decade since this beautiful racetrack of more than 1,500 meters has been created. Was taken out of the earth and built together with tremendous facilities around him. Of course, we would have liked to have you guys on these facilities and populating the grandstands and all the areas for the public around the track, although unfortunately the particular season that we've been through and the sanitary precautions that we had to take decided otherwise. But I'm sure that we can count on you guys in a tremendous amount following us live on YouTube and Facebook as well on the FIA Karting official website. So make sure to stay with us, as in 5 minutes exactly, as the board is being shown to the drivers, we're going to be able to start once again for this OK final. It's 20 past 3 Portuguese time here in Portimao. We'll conclude our busy schedule of the weekend a bit later than obviously planned in the first place due to the interruption with the red flag. But make sure to stay with us, because at the end of this final, we'll celebrate the top 3 of the OK final and the new 2020 FIA Karting World Champion. Can it be once again Lorenzo Trevisanuto? Is here with his new colors of Parolin Racing Kart after competing throughout the years. First of all, in 2018, he won his first World Championship crown with Rosberg Racing Academy and the Kart Republic squad. Then in 2019, once again using the Italian chassis, but this time around with the CV Performance Group. This year around, he went to Tony Kart, disputed a couple of races before deciding to change and go for Parolin. And he seems to, after a bit of a less happy outcomes in some of the races. He seems to have found his pace and certainly his confidence back, as he's been one of the contenders in the Hockey class, finishing third of the qualifying heat classification with 1 win and 2 other results within the top 3. That's why he's going to be starting from row 3 on the grid, just on the left side of your picture, just behind Taylor Barnard, the number 2. His former teammate and Taylor Barnard still driving for Car Republic, still under the colors of the Rosberg Racing Academy, created 2 years back by the former F1 world champion Nico Rosberg himself, of course, that we had the pleasure of having those past few seasons since the Academy was created. Nico Rosberg enjoying, of course, getting back on karting tracks from time to time, as much as our FIA Karting president, I'm sure, Mr. Felipe Massa, that is here as well, keeping a close watch on the action on track. Three minutes, that's what's left before the start of the OK final. Taylor Barnard will be starting from pole position. Callum Bradshaw, the 22 from Tony Carr by his side. Lorenzo Trovisanuto and Pedro Hilbrand as well on row number 2. Then we're going to have Marcus Kayak as well, the Estonian driver, with Morgan Porter by his side on row 3. Row 4, Joe Turney and Luigi Coluccio. I'm trying to see if all the drivers I'm giving you the names of are on the grid. Now let's have a short break and then we'll get back to some more racing. Finish of this junior final. Welcome back live on the Kartodromo International de Algarve, right in time for the formation lap of the last final of the weekend. Certainly the most important, the OK final of the FIA Karting World Championship. Let's get back to racing. Let's focus ourselves once again because we're going to have 20 laps of fury, certainly on track between some of the best karting drivers in the world. Starting from pole position is Telo Barnard with Callum Bradshaw by his side. Third place from row 2 we'll see Lorenzo Trovasanutto alongside Pedro Hilbrand. Here they come for the formation lap. Behind Trovasanutto, we'll see Pedro Hilbrand, then Marcus Kayak, Morgan Porter, Luigi Coluccio, Joe Turney, as well as Danny Kiel, Rafael Chavez Camara, Josep Martis Pereira, Nikita Petrin, Gio Valtanen, Matheus Morgato, Matthias Salonen, Alexander Dunn, Lorenzo Patrese, Christian Bertuccia, as well as Charlie Wurz, Nicolas Pitilati, Casper Janssen, Lawrence Van Hoepen, Olin Vieragali, Nico Ante, Keus Signelis, Rasmus Duchimis, Dylan Van Toff, James Wharton, Axel Sarniala, Ruben Moya Lopez, William Silverholm, Franz-Emil Sariavi, Enzo Trulli, and Florian Rousseau Ricci. That's all the drivers that we have, 34 of them, and 2 missing after the first start. Andrea Kimi Antonelli and Maya Weng that won't be taking part in the start number 2 of this OK final. In the moment, it's all wide open, the battle for the world title. Telo Barnard has been dreaming of the title for the past few seasons as he came near to be crowned last year against Lorenzo Trovasanutto. Once again, he missed for just 2 points the European title this season, and Kenny actually tried this time around to make it happen. But he will have fierce opposition behind him, starting with Callum Bradshaw, but watch out for Trovasanutto, the Paralympic driver, just behind him from position number 3 and the inside line of the track. Here they come again, making it happened for the second time, the grid formation getting near, and once the lights go out, we'll be good to go for 20 laps of the OK final. Here we go, and away we go for the final. 20 laps on, and the FIA Karting World Championship is go. Let's try to make it in one piece all together into the first laps, and good start for Telo Barnard in front of Callum Bradshaw. Telo, as well as Trovasanutto, trying to find his place, and into the first sectors in the first few corners. Very, very tricky, but this time around nothing happens. A bit of wheel banging, certainly in the tight midfield. But so far so good, and the 26 of World Racing unfortunately had to put 2 wheels out. It is further back in the field. Let's try to identify who that is. The 26, this is Nico Ante, actually a German driver who was forced a bit outside of the track, but right now up the field we have Telo Barnard leading the way in front of Callum Bradshaw. Still very tight midfield in the sector number 2 of the track, but Trovasanutto is going for it already. On your screen is the 11 of Danny Kiel, and unfortunately it won't be no more for the 44 Forza Racing. Try to see who that is further back. This is William Silverholm. Unfortunately, was one of the fastest drivers a week ago for the preparation race, and unfortunately, maybe he will have to retire, and still trying to, he's still pushing and is caught at the moment outside of your picture. So retirement, unfortunately, one more for William Silverholm. Here we go for the first lap completed, and the battle is on already very early on between Telo Barnard and Callum Bradshaw. On your picture, Bradshaw, again his fellow countryman in second place. Here they come with the Rosberg Racing Academy driver leading the first, but not for long, as Callum Bradshaw dives around the inside. But watch out for Barnard, he has experience in these conditions, and Callum Bradshaw cannot hold the lead for long. But Telo Barnard is back up in the lead. Watch out as well, as you can see, the racing line is drying out already, but the driver is still trying to find some of the grip into the opening laps of this OK final. Not so much of a balance, but still very, very tricky conditions, and some of the drivers are clipping the curb, trying to be aggressive as much as they can, because right now the opening laps are very, very important indeed, in order to try to find your pace and try to make a difference, because otherwise the gap are gonna extend themselves. Another switch for first place, Callum Bradshaw, Telo Barnard. This is the battle for first place already on lap 2. And Bradshaw is in the lead. Watch out, of course, not to do anything maybe unsmart in this particular context, because the race is long, pretty much not so of an endurance race, but twice the length of the qualifying heats that the drivers had to go through this weekend. So 20 laps is a long effort, and you have to be consistent, fast, and watch out for any mistakes. But at the moment, we have a new leader in Callum Bradshaw, with already half of a second advantage on Telo Barnard. Pedro Hilbrand in third place, fourth place for the back, Morgan Porter. Trovasanutto in fifth, sixth place for Marcus Kayak, seventh place for Joe Turney in front of Martis Pereira. Danny Kiel down in 9 in front of Luigi Coluccio. And here we go. The final will be long and it will be explosive, certainly, between those three drivers on your screen, with Bradshaw, Barnard and Hilbrand, the two Tony Kart drivers, taking the young Brit into a sandwich now, as we're going to have certainly a bit of a strategy going on through the race. Oh, and a bit of a trouble for two of the drivers, the 16 and this is Dylan Vanthoff and Alex Den from the Energy Racing team, who had to go around the outside of the track, losing a pile of position in the process. So what happened there? A bit of a tangle, and fortunately for Vanthoff, the number 16 all the way down to 26, as well as for Alex Den. If I saw correctly, then where is he currently? Is in 25th position, so a bit of a trouble out there. We'll try to see where they classified after losing all this time. But further up, we have Telo Barnard now under the pressure from Callum Bradshaw, and now maybe the first ton of event in this OK final, as Telo Barnard is unable, as by the look of it, to keep on the pace of Callum Bradshaw. Has been on a tremendous momentum since this morning. And unfortunately for one of the VDK drivers, this is Florian Russo-Ricci, the number 62, I'm afraid. We won't be able to see the checkered flag. Is it a mechanical trouble for Florian Russo-Ricci, who's trying to get back into this race, get his engine going again, but I think this one happened by the look of it. Oh, and another trouble from one of the Cosmic drivers, the number 6. This is Luigi Coluccio. Luigi Coluccio has just cut the track. What just happened for Luigi? Oh, and one of the XP drivers just on the wrong way. This is the number 38. Where was he classified? Charlie Wurtz, unfortunately, was trying to get his car back in the side of the track, the right side of the track. Can he actually get going again? Oh, and this is slippery tarmac, of course. Watch out, Charlie, but I'm afraid that this will be over for one of the Wurtz, one of the son of Alex Wurtz, and one of the drivers of the Esprit Racing team. Unfortunately, as Charlie Wurtz was running in 13th place and unable to push his car back into this race. So a couple of events in the past opening laps, but right now we're about to conclude lap number 4. On your track is behind Lorenzo Travesanuto. We have Marcus Kayak and Joe Turney, and retirement confirmed for Florian Russo-Ricci, the young Frenchman from VDK Racing team. And Travesanuto under intense pressure right now. Can we see Marcus Kayak going for the move, the first one of this race? And Travesanuto is opening the doors, it seems, to both the Tony Kart drivers, the World Racing and the Tony Kart driver, with Marcus Kayak and Joe Turney going through. Do we have some sort of a mechanical concern for Lorenzo Travesanuto, who's just lost 2 places? Or maybe that's part of the experience and part of a strategy that Travesanuto don't want to take too much risk in the opening stages of this race, or maybe he's not feeling entirely comfortable with his machinery. And look out for some of the trouble. Oh, and one of the Lennox drivers, the number 8, actually going around the outside and is flipping on one of the tires. That was the number 8 further back of Laurens Van Hoepen, a Dutchman, and 3 of the drivers actually followed him through on the wrong part of the track. As for your information, Laurens Van Hoepen was unable to continue this retirement for the Dutchman, I'm afraid. 2 other drivers, you can see him actually with the Lennox chassis, the Birelard chassis, of course, run by the Charles Leclerc by Lennox Racing. Can Laurens Van Hoepen get back into this race? That's quite unfortunate for him, as 2 of the drivers went the wrong side of the track. 4 different layouts. Oh, you can see the despair, unfortunately, for Laurens Van Hoepen. What a sad scene, and this is always cruel in motor racing, that when you have to retire from a race, especially from the most important race of the season, as the World Championship can be for those young drivers. In the meantime, Telo Barnard on your picture, trying to fight back against the attacks of Pedro Hilbrand, Morgan Porter just behind. But in the meantime, Callum Bradshaw is increasing his lead with a 3.5 seconds. Can you imagine? Bradshaw pulling away with more than 3 seconds advantage on Telo Barnard. So certainly a great effort put together by the British driver, who unless he has some sort of a trouble on the way, might not be cut again during the 14 laps left in this race. We shall see about that. Still a very early stage for this young man on your picture. Callum Bradshaw was being putting a qualifying lap after qualifying lap to make sure that he could actually extend his gap as quickly as possible. Still fastest in sector number 2. He's really flying in those conditions that he likes. Certainly very much Callum Bradshaw. You can see him by his pace, by his confidence into the racing line that he's been taking since the start of this race. And let's have a look at the gap, and he keeps on extending lap after lap, 4.2 seconds, as Telo Barnard, you can see, is still within distance, 0.6 of a second from Pedro Hilbrand. So at the moment, Callum Bradshaw is the fastest on track, which is very logical considering he has a clean space and a clean hair behind and before him. So he can actually keep on pushing, not watching over his shoulder anymore, and make sure to see it through the end. We shall see about that, but the battle for second place is still very much raging into this OK final. Taylor Barnard and Pedro Hilbrand are not split by much, just a couple of tenths of a second behind this man, the leader on your screen, Callum Bradshaw. Barnard, Hilbrand in second and third, Morgan Porter down in fourth. Then you have Joe Turney in fifth place, trying to keep up as well with Morgan Porter. This will be no easy task, as Joe Turney has up to a second of disadvantage against this man on your screen, the leader of the OK final, Callum Bradshaw. Then we have Marcus Gais in 6, Trevisanotto is 7, and not really in contention for the upper position so far. Lorenzo Trevisanotto in front of Josep Martí Superbera, Nikita Bedrin up in 9, in front of Rafael Chavez Camara in 10th place. In the rest of the ranking, William Silverholm indeed has retired from this race, as you can see on the left side of your picture. Further back in the ranking, Rasmus Uchimis, the CRG driver, is making a fantastic effort, collecting 16 positions since the start of this race, up to 11. In the meantime, Chavez Camara getting past Josep Martí Superbera for 10th place. Watch out as well, further back we have the battle between the number 3 Joe Turney, Marcus Kayak, battling against one another, and there's a change for second place. Taylor Barnard is dropping a position and Pedro Hilbrand is through, but watch out for the fight back of the young Brit, as Barnard and Hilbrand are battling for second place, way ahead, way further back from Callum Bradshaw. And you'll never wonder what's happening on the track. The rain is back. It's raining again on the International Cartodromo do Algarve. The wet tires on, that's no concern at all, but the rain is coming back, pouring onto the 1.5 kilometer track, and you can see, this will be a retirement, I'm afraid, for Nikita Bedrin, the young Russian from World Racing, who was running in 8th place. Mechanical trouble, was it, for Nikita Bedrin? We shall see about that, but it's gonna get slippery and slippery as the rain is coming back into this race. And watch out for the beautiful battle between those two. Joe Turney is getting back behind Taylor Barnard, who's clipping the curb, trying to find a best exit out of the corner. You can see the rain pouring faster and faster and stronger on this race, and it looks to be good condition, at least for Joe Turney, to get past Taylor Barnard for third. And a switch of position between the two young Brits, and Taylor Barnard seems to be in trouble. He seems to be in a bit of trouble, at least not able to keep the pace that he had so far. Pedro Hilbrand was the first one through for second, then Joe Turney, now the teammate of the Spaniard, now up into third, Taylor Barnard in fourth. And watch out for Morgan Porter, he might see an opportunity in the rain coming back onto the track to extend his pace, at least trying to put Taylor Barnard under more pressure. You can see then the two drivers from Britain, 3 drivers from Britain in third, fourth and fifth position, with Morgan Porter, number 43, trying to get close as much as possible to Barnard. Further back, something what of Rasmus Uchimis, the CRG driver, trying to defend himself against Matthias Salonen, the Finnish driver. Uchimis is trying to keep himself on the track as well. The rain is pouring, as you can see right now on your screen. Not as much as we had during lunchtime, where we had pretty much a thunderstorm onto the Cartodromo. But the thunderstorm replaced by sun during the podium ceremony. But right now, the rain is back, and it's falling quite heavily onto the circuit, as you can see. It's up to the drivers, of course, to keep the momentum as much as they can and try to survive as the spray is becoming more and more as we go through this final, almost past the halfway point of this race, still led by this young man on your screen. Callum Bradshaw is being uncatchable in this OK final of the FIA Karting World Championship. Impressive result, impressive performance so far from Callum Bradshaw, as he's about to complete lap number 10 halfway through this race of the OK World Championship. Bradshaw, 6.2 second advantage, and of course this rain could not fall at a better moment for Callum Bradshaw, who, unless he runs into some trouble himself, won't be caught, I'm afraid, for Pedro Hilbrand and Joe Turney, who can have certainly to make do with the second and first step of the podium. We shall see about that. And the two teammates from Tony Kart are just split by 1.2 seconds, so still everything's possible for Joe Turney behind Pedro Hilbrand. Further back, Taylor Barnard in fourth place with just 0.8 of a second advantage on Morgan Porter. Lap 10 is completed. Here we go into lap 11, and you can see the gap getting bigger and bigger by sectors, obviously, because of the conditions getting worse as well in the same time. Bradshaw, Hilbrand, Turney, your top three. And as Pedro Hilbrand, the young Spaniard, a couple of titles under his name, including the OK World Championship title back in 2016, as well as an European title for young Pedro, who after a couple of years and sometimes less happy results with CRG, decided to join Tony Kart at the same time actually as Lorenzo Giovinazzi a couple of months back before Giovinazzi made his way to Parolin. Pedro Hilbrand decided to stay on, and not the easiest of season for Pedro Hilbrand, who suffered from a little injury during one of the international races he took part in, and this injury, I think it was an injury that left him out of the tracks and for a couple of weeks, but is back with all its strength and energy. Pedro Hilbrand on your screen, George Turney just behind him. That's going to be interesting as Hilbrand is being aggressive on the curbs and trying to have a better exit in each corner because he knows that the threat is getting bigger behind him. George Turney 1.1 second behind, and still a good second, and you can see actually on the screen the rain is not going anywhere, is staying on the track and spicing up the debates, that's for sure, as by lap after lap we are on lap number 12 right now out of 20. You can see on your screen Morgan Porter under the pressure right now of Markus Kayak. Can the Estonian driver from World Racing take advantage of the difficult conditions, at least in terms of the grip level onto this track? Telo Barnard just by his side as well. Telo Barnard dropped another position behind Markus Kayak and Morgan Porter, so not really the scenario that Telo Barnard had foreseen in his head, I'm sure, for this final. Not as much as for Lorenzo Giovinazzi, who dropped all the way down to 7 in the opening laps, and so far the Italian has been unable to keep the pace from his opponent in front of him. At the moment he has 1.6 second disadvantage on Telo Barnard. The two former teammates, the two former rivals for the world title back in 2018 and very much in 2019 at the time, when 2019, if you remember, on the Kristianstad circuit in Sweden. Fantastic final, won at the time by Giovinazzi in front of Hannes Janker, the German driver of the TB Racing team at the time. Back in those days, Telo Barnard was competing in junior and crossed the line in 4th position of the World Championship. So right now, Callum Bradshaw ahead, 7.2 seconds. And it's a bit of a trouble for the 68. I'm afraid this is Markus Kayak. Oh, what a disappointment. You can see him actually being so disappointed indeed. This is retirement, I'm afraid, for Markus Kayak, who was having such a great race in the top 5, attacking Morgan Porter with certainly a top 4 in sight. And this will mean retirement, and yellow flag is being waved into the first sector. Or the despair, the kind of image I don't want to see, of course, in motor racing, but we can easily understand how frustrated and disappointed Markus Kayak will be, since he had put together a fantastic World Championship weekend. This is such a disappointment for Markus Kayak, and another retirement in this eventful final. Markus Kayak, who had actually won one of his qualifying heats, as well as a second place, his best results for the driver of the World Racing team, my apologies, and right now he was on his way to potential top 5, but won't be able to see the checkered flag in this race. So far so good for Callum Bradshaw. Lap number 14 for the British driver on your picture, in front of Pedro Hilbrand, the one on the picture. Here he comes, Callum Bradshaw, way ahead, and you can see actually trying to find the outside of the racing line, trying to find a bit of a grip, and this is beautiful driving skills, sliding just a bit inside of each corner, clipping a bit of the curb, but trying not to do too much. He knows, Callum Bradshaw, of course, how much of an advantage he has, at least on the rest of the field, not in specific numbers obviously, but considering the pace he's been putting together since the start of the race, his gap has been tremendous. At least he's been building on a tremendous pace lap after lap, and now there's no concern at all for Callum Bradshaw, just by the look of it, feeling comfortable with his machinery and with himself. Behind, Pedro Hilbrand is in second place, 1.2 seconds is behind Joe Turney in third, as we had a driver who had to retire. Was it Alex Dunn, I'm afraid, who was no longer to be seen on our screen? The Irish driver from the Energy Racing team, who was involved in an incident on an early stage in this final, and I think that he's still in contention. My apologies, Alex Dunn, 26 and last in this race, unfortunately. And here we're going to see maybe a change for second place. Joe Turney has just came back right behind Pedro Hilbrand. This is a race in the race between the two teammates of Tony Kart, and Joe Turney just went ahead of Pedro Hilbrand in corner number 2. So there's a change for second place, and we shall see what's going to happen, because don't forget, they under the same tent Tony Kart Racing Team having a 1, 2, at least a 2 and 3 on the podium behind Callum Bradshaw as well as from Tony Kart. So shall we see a full Tony Kart podium at the end of this race? That would be a tremendous achievement certainly for the OTK group in the end of this OK final. Bradshaw, Hildebrand, Turney dominating this race like never before. 4th place, Morgan Porter still under the pressure from Taylor Barnard, just 1.6 seconds behind with a bit less than 6 laps to go. And you can actually see on the Epix timing, live timing provided to you on FIA Karting that the gaps, of course, between each of the contenders in the upper part of the field got bigger and bigger by lap after lap. Of course, considering the difficult conditions, it is not easy to keep your pace. And as talking to some of the drivers, of course, they confirmed to us what we had noticed on track is that thanks to the fast-flowing layout of this Kartodromo do Algarve, it's very, very difficult, even in dry conditions, especially in dry conditions, to keep the slipstream from the rest of the field and to keep the advantage, even to create a gap and build a gap in the straight line of the track when you can actually reach top speed of around 160 km an hour. So impressive performance, impressive numbers for the Kartodromo International. So even more difficult in those conditions, as you can imagine. But at the moment, Joe Turney has made the effort, just went past Pedro Hildebrand, who actually didn't show too much of a resistance. Maybe was he trying, of course, to fight back. Maybe he's on a different pace. Let's have a look at the gaps. 1 minute 12.6 and 1 minute 13.2. So there's your difference with 8 tenths of a second difference in terms of proper lap time between Joe Turney and Pedro Hildebrand. So Turney on a charge, much faster, as you can see, with the gap building between the two, as we have less than 5 laps to go before the conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, of this OK final of the FIA Karting World Championship, dominated like rarely seen before by the Tony Kart Racing Team, with Callum Bradshaw on your picture with a tremendous advance and of 8.8 seconds. It just dropped to 8.8 from 9.2 to 8.8, but still no concern at all for the young British driver in front of Turney. Hildebrand fell back and forth with Morgan Porter. 2-second advantage on Taylor Barnard. Lorenzo Torres down in 6th. 7th place for Rafael Chavez Camara. 8th place for Josep Martins Pereira. Matthias Salonen in 9th. And the 10th place for Rasmus Uchimis. Oh, unfortunately, trouble for Rafael Chavez Camara, as we were mentioning his name, running in 7th place, and another mechanical trouble. And watch out for the battle, and Matheus Morgato involved in a bit of a tussle over there with the 58 for the back. This is let's try to see what that is. Ruben Moya and Matheus Morgato battling for 11th place onto the track. One of the latest battles, certainly, to get yourself into the top 10, especially as Rafael Camara won't see the end of this OK final. Unfortunate retirement for the Forza Racing driver who was running in 7th. So 1 place promoted for those drivers on your picture, with at the moment, the Spaniard Ruben Moya Lopez from CRG trying to resist from the attack of Matheus Morgato, the number 14 from Birelarte. Matheus Morgato was one of the good surprises in the qualifying practice, the fastest on 1 lap in the opening series of the qualifying session on Friday in this class, but unable, certainly as much as he would have liked, to transform this pole position into results in the course of the qualifying heat. Still, he managed 2 5th place and a 3rd, but had a difficult last qualifying heat that resulted in a difficult, as well as a further back starting position. But right now, Matheus Morgato fighting tooth and nail to resist from the attack of not only Christian Petruccia behind him, his teammate, but trying to get past Ruben Moya Lopez for 10th position. And retirement, unfortunately, confirmed for Rafael Chavez Camara, who joins a long list of drivers who won't be able to see a checkered flag. We have still 24 drivers left out of the 36 that took the first start of the OK final here in Portugal. Less than 2 laps remaining. The checkered flag is getting near for this I was going to say this man, but this is Lorenzo Trovesano on your screen, the Pauling driver, who is still running in 6th place with approximately 9/10 of a second of disadvantage behind Taylor Barnard, and just 5.8 seconds in front of Josep Martins Pereira. So you can see actually that Trovesano is getting close to Taylor Barnard. That could be interesting. That will be interesting in the last 2 laps, and Taylor Barnard is watching over his shoulder to see where Trovesano is. Let's have a look at the gap. It just went from 9 to 8/10 of a second. So still quite a bit of a gap, and enough to control, at least for Taylor Barnard, if he has the pace, if he has the tires left into this race. And on your screen, the number 39, it's happening further back into the ranking. This is Joseph Martin Superbera battling with Matthias Salonen in 7 and 8. The 37 of Matthias Salonen, one of the teammates of Morgan Porter on this track. And we have as also further back Rasmus Uchimi's some of the battles happening all over the place here with Superbera trying to keep his 7th position alive as much as he can. He has not much time remaining to do so, and not much time either for his pursuer Matthias Salonen. Further back we have Rasmus Uchimis and Ruben Moya Lopez, as well as Matheus Morgato and Christian Betuccia, the two teammates of Birelart, fighting as well very, very close. This will be for 10th position, a place in the top 10 as we are about, ladies and gentlemen, to crown the winner of this final. Last lap, 20th F, last lap for this young man on your picture. Callum Bradshaw driving the Tony Kart chassis ahead of Joe Turney from Tony Kart, Pedro Hilbrand from Tony Kart as well. Could we see a tremendous achievement from the OTK group at the end of this OK final, run in difficult conditions as the rain went through the race, came spicing up the things, spicing up the debates, as we had a lot of drivers as well, the contenders that we would have expected to fight at the forefront, who ran into some trouble. We lost in the numerous different retirements of this race. We'll go through the names just after the conclusion of this final, and just a couple of corners left for this man, Callum Bradshaw, who drove an impeccable race all throughout the weekend. A tremendous performance for Callum Bradshaw, who joined the Tony Kart racing team this season. Can you imagine for Callum Bradshaw, the former winner of the FIA Karting Academy trophy that we have seen competing at the highest level in different other series as well as on home soil. He joined Tony Kart in 2020 and is about to be crowned 2020 FIA Karting World Champion. Callum Bradshaw is your new winner. We have a new world champion. Congratulations, Callum Bradshaw, winner of the OK final of the FIA Karting World Championship. Incredible achievement as well for Joe Turney, vice champion of the world in front of Pedro Hilbrand, completing the top 3 for Tony Kart. Incredible achievement. Congratulations to you guys and to the rest of the competitors. 1, 2, 3 for Tony Kart. Victory for Callum Bradshaw, your new world champion in 2020. Second place for Joe Turney, third place for Pedro Hilbrand. And the round of applause for the officials. You can applaud ourselves, of course. You guys, thank you for the tremendous work put together all throughout the weekend. The results, they are here on your screen, still provisional, but they will be made official very, very soon, as Callum Bradshaw drove an impeccable race all throughout the 20 laps. A victory for Callum Bradshaw. Joe Turney in second place, third place for Pedro Hilbrand, fourth place for Morgan Porter, followed by Tello Barnard, the pole sitter, crossing line in fifth place. Lorenzo Travasanto in sixth, seventh place for Joseph Martin Superbera. Rasmus Uchimis is eighth. Tremendous recovery for him, 19 places made up in front of Matthias Salonen, Ruben Moya, Matheus Morgato, Christian Bertuccia, Juho Valtanen, Dylan Ovantov in 14 positions, followed by Luigi Coluccio, Danny Kiel, James Wharton, Enzo Trulli, Franz-Emil Sariavi, Caius Signelis, Casper Janssen, Olin Vieragali, Nicolas Pirtilati, Axel Sarniala. 24 drivers saw the checkered flag, and a long list of drivers who didn't, with Rafael Camara, Alexander Dunn, Marcus Kayak, Lorenzo Patrese, Nikita Bedouin, Nico Ankte, Lorenz Van Hoepen, Charlie Wurtz, Flora Russo-Ricci, William Silverholm, and 2 drivers who went missing in this second star of the race, Maya Jung and Andrea Kimi Antonelli, unfortunately for them. So great achievement, and in just a few moments, you're going to have the replay. I'm going to rush to the podium. Stay with us, the podium ceremony of the Coque class, coming up right now on your streaming in just a few moments.
Every day, 3,500 lives are lost on roads around the world. Driving can be dangerous, but there are simple rules we can follow that will make our roads safer and save lives. Slow down for kids. Don't text and drive. Always pay attention. Obey the speed limits. Stop when you are tired. Never drink and drive. Check your tires. Rules keep us alive.
Your life is in your hands. Respect the rules.
What a tremendous race it has been once again in difficult conditions, and hopefully let's keep it dry for the podium ceremony. But what a tremendous achievement from the same team, taking the first three positions at the end of this final. Without further ado, I'd like everybody to give your best round of applause for the driver in third position from Spain, Pedro Hilbran. Congratulations, Pedro. Magnifico. Third place for Pedro Hilbran. Second position from Great Britain. Please, round of applause for Joe Turney. Congratulations, Joe. And we're going to have, ladies and gentlemen, our new 2020 World Champion. Please welcome Callum Bradshaw. Congratulations to the three of you. Welcome as well, team representative for Tony Kart Racing Team, Giacomo Ali Prandi on the podium as well. Beautiful performance from the entire Italian team. Congratulations. And please welcome once again on the podium the FIA Karting President, Mr. Felipe Massa, as well as the President of the Portuguese Federation, Nim Amorim. Round of applause, please, for Mr. Felipe Massa, as well as Nim Amorim, President of the FIA Karting Federation and National Karting Federation as well. Congratulations, everybody. Let's take a brief moment to listen to the national anthem for Great Britain, the God Save the Queen, for Callum Bradshaw. Congratulations, your top three winners of the hockey final here in Portugal. Third place, Pedro Hilbran. You can raise the trophy, Pedro, high in the air, of course, for the photos. Second place and vice champion of the world, Joe Turney. You can pick up your trophy, Joe, of course, as well. Well deserved. And finally, the winner of this year's edition of the World Championship, ladies and gentlemen, Callum Bradshaw. Congratulations to Tony Kart Racing Team as well, represented by Mr. Giacomo Ali Prandi as well. Pick up the flowers, you guys, for the final picture. The trophy as well, don't you forget, of course. Well deserved to the entire team. The flowers, the trophies, well deserved for the last official pictures of the 2020 FIA Karting season here in Portugal. Round of applause, please, once again, for your top three drivers of a tremendous and wet final here in Portugal. Callum Bradshaw, Joe Turney and Pedro Hilbran. We're going to ask Mr. Felipe Massa and Nim Amorim to leave the podium. Once again, thank you, gentlemen, as we're going to have the last champagne shower of the weekend for the top three drivers of the FIA Karting World Championship. Now, you're not dreaming, three drivers from the same team and the same colors. Tony Kart Racing having dominated this final race. And then a well-deserved champagne shower for you guys. Callum Bradshaw, Joe Turney, Pedro Hilbran. Let it spread the champagne! So, ladies and gentlemen, this will be the last pictures of this year's FIA Karting Championship. We have two new world champions, Callum Bradshaw in the OK class, Freddie Slater in the junior category. Thank you all very much for watching. This was the FIA Karting World Championship in Portugal. We hope that you like what you saw. You hope that you all like the show. Thank you for tuning in, and we'll see you back in 2021. In the meantime, keep it safe, and don't forget as well to keep it flat out. Thank you all very much, and we'll see you back in 2021. Bye-bye.
Every day, 3,500 lives are lost on roads around the world. Driving can be dangerous, but there are simple rules we can follow that will make our roads safer and save lives. Slow down for kids. Don't text and drive. Always pay attention. Obey the speed limits. Stop when you are tired. Never drink and drive. Check your tires. Rules keep us alive.
Your life is in your hands. Respect the rules.